You're now watching the Gobcast. Viewer discretion is advised. You can now watch the Gobcast in 4K uncensored exclusively on Spotify.
Ladies and gents, boys and girls, welcome back to the Gobcast, episode 76. I remember it again. I'm getting kind of good at this nowadays, 76 episodes in. And today, we're here once again, like I never left from the last caller episode, because believe it or not, I did never leave, okay? I was about to walk out the door of our beautiful, beautiful Gobcast studio, and I realized that there was a lot of voicemails that I didn't even get a chance to listen to today. And we all kind of checked our clocks, checked the calendar, and realized that we have a little more time left in the day to listen to some more of these calls. So I'm back once again to give you all advice. And I'm going to be honest, the later in the day we got with these calls, the worse they got. You see, part one of this advice segment, which happened 2 weeks ago, I think is going to be somewhat tame compared to what we're about to dig into here. Almost all of the calls today are about absolutely despicable relationship issues. We have a little bit of drug use sprinkled in and also a lot of bit of crime sprinkled in. Honestly, it's just a very exciting episode today. So make sure everyone, all you guys watching at home, drop a like, subscribe if you haven't already. You want to make sure you got your noties on, get notified every time we drop here on the Gobcast. And also, don't forget to tune in on Spotify because you can watch all of our episodes, every single one we've ever posted, in 4K, fully uncensored. All you got to do is scan the QR code that pops up or check the links in the description below. Go check us out on Spotify. If you guys are tired of the censorship, blame it on YouTube, buddy. We got to do what we got to do. Hey, I got lights to keep on, dude. I wish you guys could see how many lights are behind me right now, dude. It's a lot of them that we got to keep on. Now, as I said before, I'm giving advice today. And for those of you guys who maybe missed the episode 2 weeks ago, I'll give a brief reintroduction here. You see, today, I posted on my Instagram story and my Twitter, and I asked you guys to call in and ask me for advice. Very unqualified advice. This is not going to be financial or legal advice because I'm not a professional in either of those categories, but what it is going to be is some of the worst advice you could possibly get. So I don't know why anyone would call this show and ask me for any advice, but it sounds like these people are even more fucked in the head than I am. We have some horrible relationships today. We have a woman who is calling me asking if she should hack her ex's social media and put nails behind his tires because he's dating the girl that she told him or he told her not to worry about. We have another girl who says she can't stop accidentally dating gay men. We have some people who are having a hard time getting sober, and we have a guy who's in Greece for the summer doing some learning, and his girlfriend keeps cheating on him, according to approximately all of his friends. We have a wonderful selection of calls today. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm not going to waste any more time. If you want to know how to call into this show and you haven't figured it out yet, make sure to follow our Instagram at the Gobcast. That will be linked in the description below. If you don't follow the Instagram or follow me on Twitter, you're never going to know when to call in. Honestly, this first voicemail is so deranged and unhinged that I'm not going to beat around the bush. Let's just listen in.
Hey, Goblin. I need some advice about my recent breakup and what I should do in retaliation of it. Pretty pissed off. It's been a month. Still pissed off because he went back to the bitch he told me not to fucking worry about.
There's no, y'all. Okay.
What am I looking for here?
I don't know. Why are you...
I mean, I just got spammed in my chat like 50 times. Am I tripping or is there a face there? By your hand, arm.
Oh, it's on the... It's... Wait, pull up the clip.
I just
Pull up the clip.
swiped out, away from the
I
clip.
got it.
What happened?
I'm not on your Wi-Fi.
Should we just go on the PC and look?
Yeah.
The clip said like, am I tripping or is that a face? Can someone send the clip back? I'm gonna pull it up on my PC. Train the spiders. Okay, wait. Someone said, bro. Someone in the back, bro. What the f? No, y'all. Okay.
I mean...
There's no. Why my hand? Oh, there's no way we're getting trolled, right? I don't see anything.
Oh.
Wait.
Oh,
wait.
That was weird.
Wait.
That was actually kind of weird.
Whoa.
Wait. No. Here. Oh.
That is a face. When and where would the what? Is there someone in the bushes? No. That's someone's. Yo. That's someone.
Seems like Dr. Pepper guy.
Where was this? Okay, I'm going to go bathroom. I'll be right.
Oh wait, I see it. It's
Yeah,
like not.
right?
It's like in the lens almost.
What?
Skinwalker.
Bro, I'm in the bushes.
It's you?
Yeah, look at this.
Is it you?
Does that not? Doesn't that look like me?
I mean, aren't you in the clip?
Oh, they
I
can't
don't see
see
anything.
it. I'm sorry.
I don't see anything.
Oh, it's on here. Huh? Never mind.
Now that someone circled it, it looks like it did. The clip has 700 views too. No, yeah. Right here, like
Yeah.
right here next to my face.
That is weird.
No one. Yeah, I kept saying like I'm hearing shit. Am I tripping or is that's just like what? How do we explain that? Right? It's just probably a glitch with the camera or something.
Yeah.
Bro, look at this is what it looks like here. If
Ew! That's crazy.
Yo. That's what it
That's
actually
crazy,
looks like.
Alex.
Okay, wait. Look at the actual video right here. Look. When you look at it, you see it. Hold on, let me slow it down for y'all. Production, do me a favor. 0.5. Okay. Watch where the green circle is, y'all.
No, it's before. It's
It's
in the
right here.
beginning. Yeah.
Right
yeah,
there.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? How did it not make no noise?
You know what's crazy? You have to sleep here alone tonight.
Right? Oh, I know. I'm gonna go to the theater.
Oral fixations.
I'm going. Oh
making
yeah.
a return.
I'm going to the theater. I'm not, bro. Skinwalker. What is a Skinwalker again?
Skinwalker is. I'm sorry for spreading misinformation. My understanding is that a skinwalker is like something that can mimic other shapes and sounds and like lure you into the forest and kill you, and it's loaded and cultural, and I don't know. And you're not supposed to say it because then they'll come get you.
Okay.
So you've already said it several times, which is really
Oh,
bad
say
news.
like it's like Voldemort. Like you can't say its name.
Yes.
Then how do you refer to it?
Well, I mean, it's too late.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It's
you've
over.
already
GG.
said it.
They're saying GG's. Okay. Fat. All right. Dope. Word.
Yeah, you're cooked.
Okay. So all right. So now it's not only ghosts and like these massive spiders harboring potential fugitives. Now it's also I got fucking mythical skinwalkers lurking in the bushes outside of where I now live, where I lay my head to rest at night. I have what is this? Straight out of fucking Vampire Diaries? What's going on? Like, look at these clips I'm seeing.
I didn't realize it looked so scary on stream.
It's terrifying.
No, it looks like a horror movie. What were we doing?
That's what I have been screaming to you this entire time. It looks like a horror movie, first person too.
No, it's just I think it's like Gilbert's light
It
that
does.
makes it look scary because it's dark outside.
Someone clip is in your big spider. Oh wait, no. Whoa. Did we miss that?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Wow, that's a good one.
Good one. Yeah, this is one of the best ones we've seen.
He is crazy. Like, open that screenshot. That's a nose, and that's a mouth, and these are eyes. You feel me?
That is teeth right there.
No, yeah, that's fucked.
Is there someone in the bushes? What part of the
You know what
VOD?
you
Where
need?
a gun?
Yes.
Okay, I'm glad that we're on the same page there. Yeah, I think so. The fugitive. Bro, someone typed in the chat, I'm really freaking out. How do you think I feel?
Legs and wings, so he needs to.
Shake it off or something?
Yeah. He's okay.
Is that what I look like?
Do you not hear that? It sounds like some Stranger Things shit.
He's okay. Okay. Now he's just.
Like, what is that pitch? No.
What is
It
that?
sounds like a dong or like a gong or. Listen.
He's okay. Okay, and now he's just tired because he's been like struggling in a web for probably hours. So you can just.
Oh, they're saying it's Jason. Could be Jason sliding to the crib.
That is not. What is that?
I don't know. That's not one of the 4 species that we had identified earlier. You hear anything? Watch out. There could be potential man lurking in the bushes.
Ew!
Yeah, twist the lock. Okay. Sounds like a Tesla.
Chad,
Really.
sorry. There's not like a road there. That's
Electric
not.
car. There's no road. We're like, it's like 100 yards away from the main crib, right?
No, that was not a car.
Like
I don't know what that was.
The main crib is that way. I'm not near any road or anything. I don't know what that was. It did sound like.
That's not an AC unit.
What is this UFO?
On his like legs
It
and
sounds
legs,
like
so he needs to.
Shake it off or something?
He's okay.
Like randomly, that just it starts playing. What is? Let me let it play out. See if it fades.
Legs and wings, so he needs to.
Shake it off or something?
He's okay. Okay, and now he's just tired because he's been like struggling in a web for probably hours. So you can just put him up on like something
Sounds
flat.
like whistling. Right. Here we go. It's the second B I have.
I was about to say, someone
rebooted.
said it could be the same bee.
Good job.
No way. What are the odds of that?
Is it me?
No, this is you.
Thank you.
What are the odds of that? It's a haunt. That is.
that?
It's concerning. I could be. I don't know. I don't know.
That is weird. So if you
Oh,
believe
this
in
was in the. Look at this. This was in the attic the other day. We were looking up there.
Ew!
That's what I'm saying. Big as fuck. I don't even know how it got up there. See, this was me and Jason were in here, like checking out the area. That's what I know, right?
There's a fat monster! There's a fat monster! There's a fat monster! Oh my god! Get down! Fat monster!
See? So I'm telling you, it's spooky shit
You know,
going.
I don't believe in ghosts or anything, but I do have a big problem with like uncanny valley shit. You know what I'm talking about?
Uncanny? No, what's uncanny?
Uncanny valley is like a how do you explain that? Like an effect that you feel when something's like kind of like human, but it's not quite human, and it makes you really uncomfortable.
Like an eerie, like spooky.
Yes.
Okay.
That made my skin crawl.
Yeah.
That was
Same.
fucked up. I would never look at that man the same way.
I keep seeing these in the background. That's just like reflections in the lenses, though, right? You see that, right? You see that?
What? Where?
The orb fly up. That's just a reflection in the lens, though. I'm pretty sure. Watch this. I'll slow it down. Hold on. See that go up the wall? What is that light? It's just dust.
I didn't see it.
Okay, look. Right here, like where my
Okay.
mouse is. Right? That's just dust?
No, I think that's somebody's grandma.
It could potentially be
That's serious shit.
something that we need to further investigate. It's fucking dust, y'all. Stop sending me orbs,
You should
bro.
do a ghost hunting stream. Have you ever done like Ouija boards and shit?
No, I'm not doing a Ouija board, no.
Really?
Fuck no, Celeste, no.
Really?
Absolutely not. Never. No, 0% chance.
You'd be too scared?
I did it once before. I'd never do it yet.
Why? What happened?
I did it after I saw that shit in the theater,
Okay.
right?
Uh-huh.
My homie was like, oh, we should go on a Ouija board. And I was like, all right, bet. I really didn't ever think about shit past like, oh, let's just do it. So I was like, all right, bet. We'll go on the Ouija board. And then we went on the Ouija board, and I asked it 2 questions, and it answered twice, and it was both equally terrifying, and then I was
Who
gone.
were you playing it with?
My homie, Roman.
And you both had your hands on the
It was
thing?
us 2, yeah, in the same theater. And we answered 2 questions, and then that year proceeded to be the worst year of my life.
Roman had his hand on the thing, and you had your hand on the thing.
Yeah, it was. There
You
was
asked
just.
a question.
There was no way, like the way, like I'm telling you, like we were like this, and this shit was going boom, boom, boom. That shit is real. You can't play. You can't play with that
There's
stuff.
no clip.
Oh my god. In school, yeah. I used to. You felt that? No, you felt that.
Wait, go do it again.
In school.
Ew! actually kind of gross.
It feels
That
like
was
it
actually
sounds like
it
someone's
sounds
walking
like it's coming from upstairs. That actually is that kind of gave me the chills. I won't lie. I don't believe in any of that, but I won't lie. That was actually kind of weird.
Am I getting baited? Am I paranoid?
No, I felt that
was a-
too.
that
And
was a-
twice. No, you have to do it again.
That
Chat
was a-
can't hear it. Chat.
It was a okay. Let me unmute. Okay, I'll unmute it here, and I'm gonna mute my mic. Listen. In school, yeah, I used to spar when I was fighting. Like I would. In school. What the fuck is that? No, what the fuck is that? No, like actually. Yo.
That's the worst one. There were question mark. Wait, you can't hear that.
It sounds like a
Oh
thump.
no.
Vertically.
It sounds like it's upstairs.
like a footsteps,
and
right?
it sounds like surround sound.
Like I hear it because I have these on, and I have the volume and the bass turned up. But y'all telling me you can't hear this. Listen, I'm gonna mute the mic and listen. In school, yeah, I used to spar when I was fighting. Like I would trade and like actually spar in the gym, and like in school maybe a few fights. Wait! I never let it play. No. Okay, there's gotta be like a.
There's so many.
There's gotta be like a logical.
No, but what's fucked up about that is it does not sound like it's coming out of the speaker. Like that is so surrounds. Do you have surround sound in here?
No, I just have these speakers right here. It sounds like
Alex,
directional.
stop. That actually is so weird.
I'm not doing anything.
The other ones were funny. This is actually fucking scary.
None of these were funny.
Play it again.
Okay, I'm gonna mute the mic, y'all, so y'all don't. Or should I just listen? In school, yeah, I used to spar when I was fighting. Like I would trade and like actually spar in the gym, and like in school maybe a few fights, but not like real. Does that not sound like someone took a step, and then they like run off?
He ran. That was bizarre. Nah.
See now I'm not paranoid, right?
No, that was weird as hell.
Like that could have been my foot. Like if I do this with my knee, right? That could have been like.
Wait, yeah. Okay, watch what I'm doing with my legs. Maybe I'm like tapping the floor.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to like logically. Like maybe it's like someone's foot tapping. In school, yeah, I used to spar when I was fighting. Like I would trade and like actually spar. I'm not moving my fucking foot at all.
Neither of us are moving our feet or our hands.
What the fuck is that, Maya? Oh my God. What the fuck is that? Like, actually, what the fuck is that? In school, yeah, I used to spar when I was fighting. Like I would trade and like act. Like how does it sound
upstairs, bro.
How does it sound that crystal clear? How does it sound that like it sounds like no? Like
it probably doesn't sound like that. You know what?
Go.
Let me go upstairs and like stomp and see if it sounds like that. Wait, I'm
Wait,
scared.
that's what I'm saying. No, we can't. Definitely don't. Can't split up here.
No, we just went up there. It's impossible.
Okay,
Surely
okay, wait. We just maybe we hit Gilbert, and then we.
Gilbert tests it.
Yeah.
Gilbert goes upstairs.
Yeah, I've seen the movies too many times. No, you do not go up there. We just bring Gilly in, and then we could investigate. We're supposed to react to the. Yo, Gilbert, can you pull up for a second? Yeah. You're having some issues here with some. Okay, bad. People have been sending clips, and shit looks weird. Listen to this. Like you'll hear it out the speaker. Just listen. In school, yeah, I used to spar when I was fighting. Like I would trade, and like actually spar in the gym, and like in. Right? You hear that? I keep muting the mic because I don't want the audio to overlap. And like actually spar in the gym, I would trade, and like I would trade, and like actually I would trade. After we sat back down, because we were gonna watch the, what's it called? The spider video, and then Then I started looking at clips of that. There was something in the bushes apparently too. What do you think that was?
I have no idea. The only thing I can think of it would be like.
Heartbeat is crazy.
Was it in time for like? I mean, I just went that way.
No, we were
way.
so
It was
far
way later,
into the.
right?
We were so far into the conversation You were away from the crib already.
Yeah.
We were gonna say, just to make sure, if you wanted to like step. If you wanted, my head suggested maybe you want to put your have footsteps.
See if it sounds the same.
Gilly, would you really rather have me go up there and do it?
Yeah. Right?
No,
Because she's
right?
she's literally
No,
live, right? And
Gentlemen.
it's cameraman never dies situation, you know what I mean? Fly high, Gooey.
Fly high.
Okay. There's gotta be a way. Here, take the camera at least. Oh. Because you don't have to turn it
Just
on.
in case.
Just like that's like an armor shield. Everyone knows.
I'm dual wielding cameras.
Animals, ghosts, all the same. They all know that you can't.
I'll 3-sword style it.
Okay, and literally like right here, just because this is the guest room, no?
I'm 3-sword style.
Just so we could test and hear. But we didn't hear it when we were talking.
No, we didn't.
07.
Sean, you're gonna have to see if it sounds similar.
We love you, Gilly.
But that's it. We also have to talk because we're talking.
Yeah, we
So
were.
it must, dude. If we were talking, it has to be so loud.
And how do we not know? Yeah, how do we not notice it?
I don't know what that was, and I am such a non-believer. Like,
There's him stepping.
I'm
right.
still a non.
That's Gilbert. What does that sound like, y'all? What?
Really?
That sound the same though? Should we go there? It sounds the same. It says it sounds the same. And then I keep. This is
Do
dust.
it.
Yeah. Right? Because she's literally live, right?
There was another orb.
That's just fucking dust, no?
We have to relive this moment a bunch of times, y'all.
No.
Sound normal?
No, we wouldn't notice that.
There's.
Was there anybody up there though?
There was a spider. It's on like the balcony of the guest thing.
All right,
Like,
Gilbert,
what the
time
fuck
to go
was
in the
that?
attic.
What?
I swear to God,
That wasn't you clicking.
There's a click?
Dude,
No, he's right there. Okay, wait.
Right.
On your mother, stop.
Okay, turn. Okay, turn. Okay, wait. Open that. Let's just switch and look.
Oh, you know what I think it was? I think it was the AC turning on.
Probably was the AC, right?
Yeah, the AC just turned on. Wait, I'm gonna show the spider. Oh wait, no, the door did close.
Yeah, but that happens. That happens all the time.
Okay.
All the doors always close.
Okay, so it was the door closing.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's normal, but.
I'm not going in the attic, y'all. Get Gilly out of there. Okay?
Yeah, I don't know about this one.
Be careful, Gilly. So the door just closes on its own all the time. I mean, when one door opens, like if how do I describe it? I don't know how to describe it. The door will automatically close.
Your doors?
Yes, but not like.
They're not mechanical doors.
No, but if one door is left open and another door is open inside, then how do I explain this without sounding crazy?
It's the draft, the air draft.
Yeah. The handles move.
They said PBM activity. Anybody out here? But like, how is it closed hard enough to go? I don't think so. There's no way the door handle moved. I lived.
I think we're good, yeah, right? We're good, y'all. So me and Maya, we're walking around, like looking at spider webs, just doing like just some Nat Geo shit, looking at the crib, finding spiders and shit. Someone clipped this part of my stream. I don't know why it's vertical, but look where this green circle is. Just like look closely, please.
Boom. What?
That's okay. I didn't notice it.
You know what?
Tripping?
You know what?
No, I didn't
From
notice
a
it.
third- You know what? From a third-party perspective, actually, now that there's someone else here, it didn't look that crazy.
Brother,
Hello?
what am I looking at?
Hello,
We
that's
are doing the beers
It
and
looks
bugs
like a
segment.
face.
Maybe we're drunk.
Are you guys retarded? Sorry for using that language. I'm
It
so
doesn't
sorry.
look like a
Sorry.
face, but
Sorry,
it looks
sorry.
like
I'm not used to having good PR at the house.
this is not a face to y'all. That doesn't look like a face peeking.
Brother, what are we reviewing? There's nothing there.
Yes, there is,
Oh,
bro.
by the
Wait,
way,
you gotta
Bro,
show us
look.
the-
This
you
is
gotta-
actually-
You gotta show
You
him the
see that?
knocking clip.
What?
Look at this head right here.
Brother, it's the shape of the plant.
Show him the knocking
No,
What
but
the
the
plant?
plants don't peak.
The plant
pixel
is
peak.
The plant is like this.
Where is there a person?
Are you crazy?
Are you seeing the same thing?
Okay, I don't know.
What?
Yes.
He's not
crazy?
forgetting that I'm the
There's an
youngest.
eye right here and an eye right.
Bro, there's fully an like. This literally looks like an old man in. That's
Why
a face.
is
This
everyone
is
saying I'm cloned and fake?
Ew!
Wait, maybe it was
So
Casey.
you-
This is these
It's a little bit
skinwalker
sus,
shit.
Kason. You were
He
for
did
sure.
just walk in when we
It's
talked
him.
about skinwalkers because we said skinwalkers and he walked in the door.
So I'm a
He wasn't
skinwalker.
here earlier.
Let me see what a skinwalker looks like. I'm offline, brother.
What if he was live playing
Dude.
GTA still?
What?
What if he was live playing GTA still? Oh my god. Holy shit.
You know, what's a skinwalker? You look it up?
I don't want nobody
Well, that's the
want
thing.
to
Is skinwalkers
learn.
can be anything.
Chad,
What
will
is
you
this?
link the actual
Bro.
us clip?
See, this is the horizontal version.
I'm trying to be really. Wait, what is that right there?
That's wood now. You see it.
Oh my god! Wait! Yes! Wait, that is hilarious! Wait, right there!
Now you see
Right
it.
there! Wait, that is. Okay, hold
Bro,
on.
Kason, please.
Wait, you might be on a topic.
It literally looks like a.
Like,
What are the things from Until Dawn?
Wait,
What is it
you
called?
might. Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Genuinely, what is that? And I'm telling you, me and Maya were out there. I had a flashlight in my hands.
Looks like a Wendigo.
They said it literally does.
Looks scary.
Wait,
It's like a white bald creature.
They said it literally what?
Looks like a Wendigo.
Wait,
Look at
what if,
Wendigo.
wait, what if all the
You know what I'm
spiders
talking about?
are all forming together to become human?
Holy shit. Did they do that?
I don't know.
Who fucking knows?
I don't know. At this point, I don't know. We also heard like super. It sounded like footsteps upstairs. I'm not even trolling. I swear to God, it sounded like dumping.
Okay,
upstairs.
it was that.
Okay.
Chad, can you
Play
link
that, yeah.
Dude, okay,
You
well,
have to play that.
okay,
Oh, yeah,
That
they
was
just linked it.
actually-
Wait, are you telling me your place is haunted?
Little footsteps.
I just turned on sound EQ.
Wait, they said
That
it
was
was
crazy.
for them.
Oh, it's fucking muted for them on production.
Chat, turn on your sound EQ.
Deadass.
Holy fuck! What was that thump? It was multiple.
When I was fighting, like I would trade, and like actually spar. Like I would trade, and like spar when I was fighting. Like I would trade, and like right next to the mic too.
It sounds like someone's breathing. Oh my god, brother, you have fucking. You have ghosts.
ESPN, what happened?
ESPN, what happened? Christian McCaffrey, here.
I'll tell you right now, breaking news. Padres won.
Okay.
Go Pods, go Pods.
Padre notifications on.
Chad, will you link the actual us clip?
The what clip?
The actual us clip.
What is a Wendigo, Gilbert?
Anyways,
telling you, it looks like
I'm getting out of here.
Kason,
Yeah.
don't leave.
Bye. It was so nice to see you, Maya.
The Wendigo's gonna get
I gotta
you, bro.
go.
Kason's shirt.
The Wendigo's actually gonna
Are
get
you
you.
Are you good?
Yeah, you killed it on Kai shit, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Now they're probably gonna all say something.
A&P Kai.
Who said that?
I mean,
Yeah.
Kason's
What?
shirt.
Kai said
A&P,
Mafia.
yeah, they're-
A&P Kason.
What?
Bro.
Wait, why? What did I say?
He said Kai needs to take a shower.
They said ghost. You have a ghost shirt on, and it's just interesting predicament we have found
Wait.
ourselves in. Wow.
Yellow dude hands up.
Wow.
That's weird.
All right. Well, you think I should be concerned here for my safety or
You
health?
should call Rug. Rug is literally a Ghostbuster.
Oregon is in San Diego.
Well, you'll make the trip.
The Wendigo, also spelled Wendigo or Wendigo, is a malevolent supernatural creature or spirit from the folklore or various. I'm not gonna try that. Speaking peoples primarily in the Great Lakes region. We're not in the Great Lake. Oh fuck no. Good.
But see how it's like
Fuck no. No.
scary. You might have one of those back there.
Okay. No. I'm good. I'm good.
I should have walked with Case on it.
You should have brought a case on. Dude. You're fucked.
Shut up. No. I'm chilling. It was dead at the AC or the piping or
But they're saying, what was that?
was what?
Stop. Stop.
They're just now we're overly paranoid.
Wait, what are they talking about?
Clip it.
What are they talking about?
I'm getting flashbacks to the first day in this crib where all that shit was happening. Remember? Were you here, Gilbert?
Yeah, that was in Silky's thing though. No way they
Everyone
migrated
is
here.
everyone's freaking out.
Why are they freaking
Everyone
out?
is tripping.
Bathroom.
Bathroom light shuts off 30 seconds before Lacey has to pee. This is old.
What?
What the fuck are they talking about? Wheeze? Wheeze? Is this not a link to my stream right now?
Thank you, Shatter.
In the kitchen, dude. No fucking way.
What's in the kitchen?
Now I'm getting trolled. Now I'm actually getting trolled. Okay, is this it?
Scary, you might have one of those back there.
What's up? No! I'm out of here. No, I'm gone. No, I'm fucking gone. What's up?
You might have one of those back there.
What's up? No! I'm out of here. No, I'm gone. No, I'm fucking gone.
We gotta go. I gotta go, you guys. We gotta go. Dude, that's fucking GG's.
No. When they said wheezing, like, okay, that might have been when you laugh, but y'all, it sounds like it's right next to the mic. Listen to this. Yo, I'm running this back, and
I don't want to hear it again. I'm scared.
I'm gonna try to just mute my mic so they can.
Scary, you might have one of those back there.
No. I'm good. Make that make sense.
That was not me, bro.
Make that.
It sounds like it's like right next to the mic.
That was
couldn't have been.
not-
It wasn't. It wasn't.
That was not me.
It was no you. You were laughing at the beginning. Listen.
Scary, you might have one of those back there.
How the fuck was that?
That's not me,
It
bro.
kept going after you look down too, like.
Oh my god, you're
I have
gonna
one of those back there.
see. You're done laughing. You're done laughing. You're laughing.
You might have one of those back there.
Yeah, I think this is not the best place to be.
Wait. The shit like the skinwalkers mimic, right? They make it.
It pinned. Wait. It's the video, the movie. Oh wait.
No,
Is there desktop audio?
the-
What is
It
that?
might have been.
The us where? The us tab is not here anymore. The us tab is not open. Like, what?
It had to have been.
It has to be Gilly's chair.
That was
What?
not, bro.
That doesn't
That was
even make
not.
sense. It sounds like it's close to the thing.
It literally sounds like it's right next to the just.
Might have to call her. GG. They're just saying GG.
We have to
There's no
call
op-
an
there's no-
adult now. Kason.
Jason's gone. He has mafia right now. What do you normally do in situations like this?
I don't get in situations like this.
Listen to this. It's more enhanced.
I have one of those back there.
The same.
Yeah. How's it more enhanced?
What the fuck was that?
Whoa.
Was there another thump there?
Big ass thump.
No, bro. No.
Big ass thump.
I can't
What
believe
is
you live
that?
here. I can't believe you live here. I can't
Wait,
believe
what
you live
is
here.
that?
I can't believe you live here.
Right there.
Wait, hold on.
That's one giant foot spike.
Bro, you're telling
That's what that sounded like.
me we didn't hear that? There's no way.
I don't know about this.
The chair. How the fuck? And what?
So why did you fucking call me
And what timeline would that
into
have been?
this situation? I was chilling in the house, actually. And
No,
you
we
called
didn't.
me
No,
to
no.
Investigate a supernatural event. Like you didn't tell me that on the phone. You
It's
just
the bear.
thought you needed help
What?
with the camera.
How was that the bear? How was it the bear?
The Care Bear?
No, you're locked in with us now, Gilly.
It's not him.
Yeah, no one has my toolkit, bro. That's why whenever I say production, it's me. Do I?
Oh, we can do cut waters.
Is it good?
I don't know if it's good, but I know they get you pretty drunk.
So should we all take a shot?
Bro, the thing is, I drank like 6.
I'm not gonna stop. They get you
That's the TV though,
pretty drunk.
Yeah.
Should we all?
right?
Wait, they're saying.
Cutie said someone has ghost equipment.
Call. What'd she say? Call D-Tune. He has ghost equipment and could probably come over.
Who's that? Who's that?
I don't want to find out.
I think we should get a Ouija board out right now.
No, fuck no.
If anybody's in here right now, will you give us a sign?
Oh, whoa, you need to chill.
No, I don't need
You actually have to chill. You know, we got multiple, got mad signs.
Hello?
a lot more signs.
They're saying bathroom light shuts off 30 seconds before Lacey has to pee. Let me just watch this clip all the way through.
What are they saying?
Oh, we can do cold waters.
Is it good?
I don't know if it's good, but I know they get you pretty drunk.
So should we all take a shot?
Bro, the thing is, I drank like 6.
I'm not gonna shotgun it.
That's a game.
Mission of fanboys? This is fucking shotgun.
I'm not even feeling it.
We can rip a cold water. At the end of the quarter?
Yeah, now.
I bet.
Is that any ketchup here for the dog?
They're freaking out about the mirror. Chat. It's the TV reflection in the mirror.
We tested that. It's actually TV reflection.
You might tell if there are ghosts in your house by noticing unexplained occurrences like persistent strange noises, flickering lights, cold spots, or doors opening and closing on their own.
Well,
Feelings of being watched. Does anybody feel like they're being watched right now?
yeah. As soon as I open up that door, I feel like there's a million things looking at me.
I feel like me and Alex have been being watched for hours.
Checking it pretty much all of those boxes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that we missed like one.
That's why I told you I need curtains right here because I was asleep right here. I was on this couch because I came back from the theater last night. It was about to be 3 a.m. and it was super spooky as I was walking up. I'm like, yo, I'm not trying to go up in my room and go to bed because the TV doesn't work. So I'm gonna watch TV down here until I get to I'm at the point where I literally can't keep my eyes open. So I sat here till 4 watching TV. And it's just weird that there's windows right here. It felt weird.
Yeah.
Pause. Earlier, heat rises.
Yeah.
Right? When we went up to the attic, do y'all remember? I was like, wow, it's really cool up here. Like, it's cold.
I said it was hot.
And I was so confused because I thought it would be hot.
You did say that.
And I got like a it was cold air that came from that attic. I literally said that yes, it's in the VOD. I was like, wow, it's really cold up here.
What's this?
That's weird, huh?
That is true. That
Because I
is
thought
a
it would
thing.
be hot. Like, I only said it because I was surprised. I was like, why would it be cold?
That's the thing. A burst of like cold air.
No. That's a supernatural event. They didn't tell me that on the phone.
That is a thing though. Like burst of cold air.
Yeah, you have that clip.
I'm not dead.
Fucking call me.
What time on that?
It's a situation where I was chilling in the house.
Fuck off!
Okay.
No.
That's not your channel. That's not your channel. Somebody edited that. What is it?
time on that?
It's a situation where I was chilling in the house.
That's not your channel.
No, I'm not even joking. I just got chills.
Alex, it's your channel. How did they do that?
I just got chills.
How'd they do that?
There's my toolkit. It's my toolkit. This is literally my toolkit. It's my toolkit right here.
Chad, how'd you do that?
I just got chills.
How'd you do that?
Literally
How
my
do you
toolkit.
edit that into somebody's clip?
My toolkit on the other monitor. I don't know. It's
Is
just
there
on
like,
Twitch.
is your name?
Situation where I was chilling in the house.
No.
That one feels that doesn't feel like it's there. Like that feels like it's
Wait, play it again.
like they're just like.
It's a situation where I was chilling in the house.
It says I'm not dead. Go to VOD, edited. How is this edited? I'm
How do you
Twitch.tv.
edit? It's in his channel. How do you do that?
Is
Maya said that? No, the fuck I did not.
How
How do you do that?
is this real?
Check the VOD. Wait.
Be for real. How do you do that?
Do what?
You can't edit a clip like that.
We don't know.
Where are you going?
I want to see if Maya actually said this when she went up the house.
No, yeah, she did. I remember. Because I was like, it's cold up there.
You said crickets?
So I was like,
ecosystem? You go first, Gilly. I think this was a very...
Okay, yeah. It was before that. It was before we went up, yeah.
Really?
Scorpions?
That's how...
Before we climbed the ladder. Yeah, there, this point.
I still don't understand what's up with this architecture, why there's these massive holes. Did you see anything in the shower?
No, I look.
I think this was the shower that had the spider in it. You must have broken it.
it was as soon as you opened the top.
Because I don't like using... I don't like...
It's not like
There's going to be a high fluctuation of people in and out.
Double audio. Hold on.
This is the attic, not harboring a fugitive. Thankfully. But
maybe there's some shit up here. Bugs like the attic?
Yes.
This is literally my
What do you
tool
think's
belt,
up here?
by the way.
Bugs, for sure.
Like chilling or like?
Yeah, open it.
Okay. Actually, seem very excited. All right, here.
Wait, it's really cool up there. Like cold.
It is. Hold on, I got it.
What?
Ew.
No, it's not though. It's not. No.
Ew.
That's one giant foot. Like,
Bro, you're
that's what that sounded like.
telling me we didn't hear that? There's no way.
I don't know about this.
The chair. What a fucking what?
So why did you fucking call
It was
me?
before.
And what timeline would that
Into
be?
this situation, I was chilling in the house.
Right there.
That is.
It's in the VOD.
It's
The
in the
chair.
pod. What
What
is
a
that?
fucking
So
what?
why did you fucking call me?
And what timeline would that
Into
be?
this situation, I was chilling in the house. Actually.
Stop.
That
Okay, all right.
literally said I'm not.
All right, everybody stop. Everybody.
I'm so.
all right.
I'm so
Every-
out of
no,
here.
no,
I'm
no,
actually
no, no,
so
no, no.
out of here.
Everybody actually like relax.
God.
It's in the VOD. It's in the clip. So
That
it happened.
sounds fake.
It happened in the stream. What tabs do you have open right now?
It's really.
But, like,
it's now it's cold.
No, no, no. Be so for real right now. We have a Wendigo tab
but
open with
nothing's
no
playing.
videos playing. We
That
had
was the only YouTube app.
we had the flock open.
Hold on. That with green hair.
Nothing. And but then that us clip
There was no us clip.
that doesn't happen in the us clip.
And mind you, like it would have been someone like hitting the.
Why are you
space
putting a
button.
sweatshirt on?
Because it's
you're
fucking cold now. Yes, it's cold. It is. I'm cold.
See, I'm not cold, but why are you
You're not cold?
Why are you cold?
It's cold. I don't know. I'm cold
That is
now.
a really bad sign, Alex.
Oh no.
Intriguing.
This is why.
I was holding the cameras and
I remember.
I was holding the camera here. It was just us two, and I swear I get insane chills over my whole body, and then the fucking thing goes.
This was the first night in the crib.
Wait, what do you mean?
This was the first night in the house.
Who rung the bell?
It's okay.
The bell rung on its own? No
Okay, so
shot.
Rug was
Come
here.
on.
Listen. Rug.
Come on, production.
Okay, no. Okay, I'm not trolling. Rug was here. There's this device you put down. You got to go up and touch the bell. There's a whole VOD of this. Like I'm telling you, I'm not trolling. It's a like a bell right here. You got to go up, touch it. And Rug's like, look, boom, boom, boom. He puts it in the room. We start asking shit. This is in the wine cellar in the basement. And then Ron was trolling. It was all over the place. And Ron went in there where Gilbert by himself. And look it. Jody's calling?
Intriguing.
No, that's a different bell.
No, that's that bell.
Yo, I'm so dead ass. I'm getting the. I'm getting
Jody?
the. I'm not.
Is the Phase House haunted?
Okay, I was just gonna say, like low key, there's one room that I avoided at all costs, but other than that, it was fine.
Which room?
The one in the movie room, like near the wine cellar, that area.
Why did you avoid it?
Cause it just had bad energy. Like me and Sydney specifically both hated it. We were like, oh hell no. Why? What is it? What's happening?
There's just been a lot of weird noises, Jody.
It's mad weird shit happening in the guest house. It was never anything weird in the guest house, right?
Well, John, like in the mother-in-law, yeah, like in the backyard kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John would hear noises that would make him really paranoid, but he just assumed it was like
AC and
nothing.
shit.
But I do remember him like not having great feelings about it.
I've been saying for days I've been hearing shit in here.
Yeah.
Bro, it's not looking good. What did y'all do to like try to remedy this? Or any solutions, or it was just like you pretended.
I just avoided both of those areas. Personally.
What was this?
Moved out. They literally moved out. They literally moved out.
You said what?
Okay, thank you.
Wait, you're in. So you haven't felt anything in the movie room?
Absolutely I did. Yeah, the first day we moved in here. I was bugging the fuck out. I felt mad chills. It was weird vibes. We went in there with ghost equipment and went off, and then we kind of stopped talking about it. And that was June 1st. That was like
something
like
that. Yeah, June.
But I just moved in here a week ago. Like I live here now. I did live here. We just pull up the street. I'm living in the guest crib, like in the backyard. And there's weird sounds and shit happening. So we're looking for some clarity.
Saying the word.
And
I don't have clarity. I think you guys should buy sage and then tell them it's not welcome.
All right.
Why would I want
Irish shaman.
make it mad?
sage and just like put it out there, right?
Burn it. You have to burn sage. Yeah, you burn the sage, you walk around the room, and you say, any and all unwelcome energy here.
Salt. Also spread salt everywhere. Demons and ghosts and whatever. Deterrent salt.
Or just move. That's what I did.
I just moved, like literally just moved. Like I just got all my shit in here. Fuck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Stay safe.
Okay.
Bye.
Later, y'all. It's crazy. Why at the beginning of the stream, you like, do you believe in ghosts?
I don't know why I
That's
said
so
that.
fucking.
I don't know why I said that. Why did I say that,
how the
chat?
stream
Why did that
started.
come up?
That's how it came up.
I actually don't know why I said that.
You asked me that like in the first, and I told you the story.
Yeah.
And now we're getting trolled, and I'm just overly paranoid. And I literally told you a story about the first phase house, and I was like, oh, yeah, this happened, and it was weird, and you know what I mean?
So all the other things are like things that might be explainable, but I really don't know how you can explain that I am not dead.
I don't understand that either. That's actually
really
his channel.
messing me up.
That's his channel.
Because that one makes no sense.
It
actually sounds like it.
It had to be like a clip or a desktop audio. But even then, if there was desktop audio playing, chat would know.
And what audio is saying I'm not dead, and then there's nothing else playing after that.
Can we? Okay, let's be actually serious. Can we go back to the us clip and see if she says? She doesn't say that.
I don't remember.
I don't hear anything. There's nothing when we were saying anything. That's this. I think I played this before. Yeah, we had to have a pre-stage it. That's what I did before, and I was good. This time, last time we did this, it turned into haunted or into the WWE segment. Now we're in a haunted segment.
It's not that Geo at all.
What happened in that, Gio?
But hey, we saw a bunch of bugs today, and we did talk about them, and it was awesome.
We did.
But other than that, we just have been haunted and fake swatted. So
yeah,
I don't know.
This stream has actually kind of been wild. I'm not gonna lie. It looks like a path leading up to the house that doesn't exist, like it's collapsed or they demolish it.
All right, let's go check it out.
Yeah, got it.
Come on, Gilbert.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Fucking go, yes, sir. This is. Look out for someone pixel peeking in the bushes.
Yeah, I mean it's just pitch black.
Yeah.
It's just pitch black. We just can't see anything. It's cool though.
So it's up here.
Straight up this way, yeah, right here. How did we get here before? We went through there?
It's right there.
Up there.
They're right there.
Oh yeah, it does.
Hey, wow.
You did? Oh my god.
Wait, there's steps. Look.
Yeah, it's like a pathway.
Oh god, I'm trying to.
You good?
Wait, so something is under here?
Oh gosh.
That's a big ass spider. Look.
Ooh, bug second fast. Okay. This is weird.
We can't it's not hollow. It's just
This is so weird.
Why are there steps up here?
A lot of ants.
Someone in the back?
These are just steps. But this is not a roof. These are steps.
Yeah.
These are pillars,
Right.
like 4 stairs.
So it's not to an underground.
Not closed off to me. They're just pillars.
That's good.
But that looks actually pretty wide.
Anything up there?
Yeah, no, steps lead to a fence. Why would they put this here? Ooh.
I don't know.
Like, what's the? I actually don't understand the design.
Something was here before.
No one heard that?
They're saying, you heard something, right?
No one heard that?
I heard something, but it sounded like it was just from the other house, which is...
Wait, everybody...
I'm good, bro. I'm good. None of y'all heard that.
I heard it.
We're not gonna hear it.
No.
It was literally sounding like a... I don't even know how to describe it, bro.
This is a hazard.
What the fuck are we doing on it? Look at this angle we're at.
No, this is an actual what?
Like, there's mad plots to mad horror movies that this is the map. This is what the map looks like in every single one of them. Oh, okay.
Good.
No, I'm good.
Okay, here. So I'll eat. Alright.
Yeah, no, yeah.
What part of the house were we at when that thing peeped?
On his hat on me.
Say what?
You gonna make it up there?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, this is just like a...
What is this?
Simple squad.
Ooh. It's just gonna truck you.
I want to show that sound of what I heard, but
Right?
I don't know what.
It's like here-ish. That clip?
I think so, yeah. But how on earth would we not hear it?
What's that? You hear that?
No, what'd you hear?
It's in the trees. What's in the trees? What was that?
What do you mean, what's in the tree?
You didn't hear that? It was like...
That's terrifying.
It sounded like a squirrel. There's no squirrel.
It was a... That was wild? What was that?
Chad, did you hear that?
It was... Were we for sure here? Like... There's all
Did you have a bottle cap in your mouth?
What? Happened? What are you talking about?
I didn't see one.
Nah. I would... What? I've been off of that, Mike.
Yeah. Come on.
Nothing down there, right? Hey. Hey.
Ooh, the echo's crazy.
That is a little bit fucking... What was the word you were using earlier?
What?
Like uncanny valley vibes? An echo is just weird.
Bro, it's actually a binky.
What?
You scared, so you took the bottle cap outside with you. That is crazy. That's really bad, Alex.
You are insane.
You need to like...
No, I never brought a bottle cap out here.
did,
And I'm
'cause you
not
were
scared
scared.
for nothing. I've never been scared in my life of
Oh,
nothing.
my phone just died.
Was it charged? Was it on zero? Like, you know what I mean? Was the battery low or did it just die to, like, you didn't see that?
Why isn't it... Did it just die?
It just died? Oh yeah, it's not charged. Okay, wait. Yeah, I think we go plug it in. I need to see if y'all could hear that on stream, what we heard at the top of the hill. There's nothing in the bushes though, right? Fuck!
What?
Bro, you're gonna let stuff in.
Oh my god, bro, come on. Holy shit. What's that mean astrologically for us? Is that tied in anyway?
G fucking G.
Yeah, okay.
Full moon's back.
It means we are Fuck. It's a full moon in the sky.
That's so bad.
Fuck. Fuck. No, man.
Okay, so that was not scary at all.
No. I think we're chilling, right? Should be.
Oh, wine cellar.
No.
Wait.
No.
Is that off limits?
Yeah, and it's still peace. Like he's in there and he's off of all of that. And since he has been, it's been good. Breathing in the mic on G.
I'm pretty sure he might have done all the sage, all the everything in there.
Yeah, he probably did. Oh shit, bro. Oh shit. Now it's hot. The fuck is going on with the climate in here?
I still don't get that. The talking clip.
No, that is actually the worst clip.
So weird.
Which one?
The one where they said I'm not dead.
Clip. Why did we just brush past that?
I
Like
can't get
nothing
over it.
happened?
That was the only one that really made me freak out a little bit.
That one feels like the most. Like that one doesn't even feel real.
Maybe we gotta turn off the lights.
No.
What the?
That's the last thing we gotta do.
Maybe we should just turn off all the lights and say, "Hey, what up?" Because maybe they'd be comfier that way, and then we could know for sure.
This is actually kind of a wild. I'm not gonna lie. It looks like a path leading up to the house that doesn't exist. Like it's collapsed or they demolished it.
Alright, let's go check it out.
Yeah, got it.
Come on, Gilbert.
Go ahead.
That was
Fucking gut.
Come on, Gilbert. That was Alex.
Yeah, I've heard you say it.
He's like, all right, yeah.
What the fuck? Adapt, explain. Damn, hold on. I switched it. Yo, where's my mouse? Hold on. Explain this. Hey, no. Oh, this was at my house, like where I moved from. This was weird, yeah. Hey, no. This is some whole. This was.
Are you running from or to the sound?
No, like I heard something when I was on desktop and I switched, but that's the only time I ever heard something at my crib. But it was during the day, and I'm pretty sure it might have been people working on the
Anything cool though.
Above my head, or am I tripping?
This is good. So it's up here, no?
Yo. That's
That was not the pillar. That's weird.
Hello. Are we just blind
That's not the pillar. The pillar is further up the hill, no?
Are we blind? Like, I don't like that.
I'm being for real. The pillar is further
The
up
pillar
the
is
hill.
over to the right.
We had to walk. We had to walk up
here,
the hill.
right?
No, that's got to be like a leaf. This is good. So it's up here, no?
A big brown leaf, maybe?
It's up here, no? It's not a leaf.
What could that? Maybe it's the bit rate bugging out or something? Go back? Yo, that looks like a face, no? Does that not look like a face? Does that look? Right? We're looking and what? That's not a leaf.
I don't know what that is. Is it moving?
Yo, you're lying. That's not a face. That's not a
That
face.
looks like a face.
It's not a face in the fucking bushes. Like, is that not?
Wait, I can't tell.
Please wing.
I can't tell if it's far or like close.
This is a Twitch clip. Like, this is right from my VOD. Right here. Like, what is that?
I don't know.
It's moving.
It is moving.
Thanks.
So no, go frame by frame. It does move.
Cool though.
We just don't use it.
It's up here.
Hello. What is that? Can someone
It's like watching.
Ew. Gilbert.
It's
All you-
literally watching.
That's a head. That's somebody's. It got taller. Look, it's here, and then you see more of it. Like, it's a fuck. It's not the pillar that's in the bushes. We're walking towards the pillar.
Skinwalker.
Do I got a dip?
Yes.
Do I actually got a dip? Go back? Like,
No, they're saying go back,
back
outside.
oh.
We gotta collect more data. Which is why I'm saying I think we should just turn off all the lights.
I don't know. Yo. Yo, come on, bro. Like, actually, come on, bro.
Someone has to be editing this.
Like, that's at that
Someone
point.
has to be editing this. Look at it.
W5, 5. Thank you for 5. Thank you for the 5.
Do you have USB-C?
We want you third place. Yes. Yeah, right there.
Thank you.
It's a stump. You guys are out of your fucking mind. I promise you, that's not the stump. We walked. We're like scaling the hill. We. Jody said that house sucked the life out of her, and they should just.
Should just move.
I should have not smoked tonight. Same vibes. Mermaid, the body found, Animal Planet. The fuck type of Nat Geo are we not going on
That
today?
is what Animal Planet used to be.
Nat Geo turned into X-Files. Yo. Bro, what is the tech, bro? There's no tech where you can edit Twitch clips with sounds and faces. There's just none. It's Jay.
I thought someone was walking in.
What?
That's why I turned around. I thought someone was walking in the door.
No, I think we're good. I think we're good. We're just probably gonna. I'm probably just gonna have to sage the entire crib. Have a priest come over and just continue to pray. Yeah, right. We're good. Should be good then, right?
Bless everything.
That's it. Now just have someone come through.
Oh yeah, and the wheezing.
The yeah.
The wheezing and the I'm not dead.
The wheezing is the actual weirdest
I'm
one.
Not Dead is way
I'm Not Dead
worse.
is way
worse. We
Why are you
brushed
thinking I'm Not
over
Dead
that like it didn't happen.
Bad?
That was
I
in
don't
your
know.
VOD,
What do you think that
bro.
was?
It was in your VOD,
I
and
don't
it's not.
You think it's like something that was playing?
I feel like maybe
It was your
I'm
desktop?
just like dismissing it because it does that one feels the least real. Like that.
Yeah,
because it's
exactly.
the most clear.
It's in your VOD.
Can someone play that one back? Care Bear?
That one.
The fuck,
Was it not
what about the
Maya?
Care Bear?
Are you serious?
It's not-
I didn't say that shit. Why would I say that?
How would you say that? What is a ventriloquist? You would have to be able to do that.
I go crazy.
You would have to be a ventriloquist to be able to do that. Bro, the Care Bear moved. Care Bear audio. Does the Care Bear have
It was
audio?
like that the whole time. Why would the Care Bear say I'm not dead?
It doesn't have audio.
What do you
fucking bought it. I know there's no audio in there.
Squeeze the Care Bear. They actually thought it was the Care Bear.
Just did.
That's great.
Oh my god, why did I just stand up to squeeze a Care
That
Bear?
was crazy.
Like this is no way. Like this is where I'm at right now with this shit, bro. No, it's freezing.
Chad, it's not orb, it's just dust. Whenever he stands
it's
up,
cold
there's
again.
stuff moving around.
Whoa.
W gifted. Thanks for 10.
10 subs though.
Oh, wait, I'm about to hit 16K. Fuck yes.
Oh my
What?
god.
I
You need to get a
motorsport
life insurance
mom's
policy, bro. Holy shit.
Now I gotta get the life insurance, huh?
Yeah.
16K,
Oh my
chat.
god.
Hey, shout out to the flock, man.
Wait, did you just hit 15? Am I tripping?
Hey, 15 a few days ago.
A few days ago.
A few days ago.
Oh no, the fuck
Turn
out.
the lights off for 16K. What is that gonna do for any of us?
Just like, I think just like 60 seconds.
I'm hard stuck at 1599999.
And then we
Yeah.
can see if anything happens in the dark.
There you go.
Thank you for the gift, dude. So you think if I turn these off,
I think we
something
turn,
would happen?
If we turn all the lights off and we just sit here for 60 seconds and see if they catch anything, you know?
For 30 minutes? No, bro. Not.
60 full seconds.
30 minutes is insane. No, I'm saying 60 seconds.
And see if we hear anything like we did earlier. I don't think that.
Yeah, because maybe they like the dark, like bugs.
Wait, send the I'm Not Dead clip again, bro. What the fuck is that?
You have green hair.
That's not me.
That one doesn't look like you.
Thank you. Sloth, thank you for the 5 gifted. Corona, thank you for the 25. Oh, that's a nuke.
Boom.
This, y'all are both saying this is the this is the
What
weirdest
timeline
one.
would that
To
be?
this situation, I was chilling in the house.
What timeline would that be?
Sounds like someone's like wheezing on 1 HP, like
Sounds like
bleeding
they're
out,
dying.
like
Someone is dying.
like last words type shit.
Timeline would that
To
be?
this situation, I was chilling in the house, actually.
Why
Okay,
is
what are
it?
the possibilities that could be? Like something
Chat,
scraping on
Is
the
that
ground?
in the Is
How?
that in the us clip? It has to be in a clip. Otherwise, I have no idea.
How is that audio crystal clear though? Like that's why I'm. That's why the audio sounds too good. Sounds better than us. There's no, and by the way, I've had my toolkit on this monitor the entire time. There's nobody in my fucking toolkit, bro.
Maybe it had to have been the us.
But look at where we are, right? We're down here. I would have had to. I checked and all the tabs were closed. I would have had to hit spacebar and play it, but we watched it through.
And what timeline would that
To
be?
this situation, I was chilling in the house.
None of us are near the
And then
PC
it's
touching.
like, yeah, and then you don't pause it after.
Call me.
And what timeline would that
To
be?
this situation, I was chilling in the house, actually.
Your mods. What do you guys think mods have access to in terms of what, like, you know what I mean? Mods cannot integrate audio into a stream. I am not. Wait, what does the person say? I'm not dead is a clip from Ron's stream when he was showing Mike the pool picture. What?
Is it?
Okay,
That'd be huge if so.
Where would that clip exist?
Link it.
When that clip
Like, how would that clip be playing though?
Like, it doesn't make any sense for a clip for it to be 3 seconds long and only say "I'm not dead" and then stop. Like, you know?
I'm tripping out. What is this screenshot?
Shut the camera drunk.
It's in the VOD. You can see it leave at the end of the clip. Bro, this is not good. Someone screwed. Oh, see this. Okay, this
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
Is this what I was talking about?
Like,
Right.
what's the. What?
Okay, listen. None of y'all heard this.
I heard it.
Yeah, but you didn't react in like.
Cause I didn't know if you heard it.
Please play the clip.
Something was here before.
Right when we got up here.
I don't know.
Like, what's the. What, I actually don't understand the design.
Something was here before.
Yeah.
You don't have the camera on my.
No one heard that?
They're saying
What's the. What, I actually don't understand the design.
Something was here before.
I think that's why movies are turned.
Like, if you saw my face, like here, I've.
I don't know.
Like, what's the. What, I actually don't understand the design.
Something was here before.
Right there. Said someone screamed. What does out like? Does any birds make noises like that? Like you were like, oh, you got 4 different night sounds. It's like cicadas or frogs. Like it's gotta be one of those, right? Right?
Chat, I did not hear a fox out there, and foxes sound like distressed women sometimes, and so do mountain lions. But
Where did you hear from? You look that way, like over the fence. I didn't hear it that way.
Oh, I heard it behind me. That's why I looked.
I heard it towards this house.
Mountain lion.
So maybe we heard differently.
Or mountain lion. This is a full moon. Everybody knows what they say, bro. So I'm good or like?
you keep saying that.
I don't know about good.
Oh my god, bro, this is terrible. It is terrible news for me. I'm not looking at any more clips of orbs, bro. You got enough proof, bro. Get out of there. What? I think the house is haunted because the house was built in 1884. It says on Zil. Okay, appreciate you for blocking that out. This house was built in 1884. What? Probably got burned down. What? I don't know about the Nat Geo into the X-Files, bro. GG's, right?
Over 8.5 years ago, I released Epic Skate 3 Challenges, the series where I tried your guys' best challenges in Skate 3, whether that be from comments or video clips or even call-outs from other YouTubers. Well, guys, the time has finally come. The new game is here, and the challenges are already pouring in. You guys are doing tricks beyond my comprehension, finding spots I've never seen before, doing speed glitches I don't even know how to do yet. And after many years of waiting, I could not be more excited to finally welcome you to the first ever episode of Epic Skate Challenges. Not Skate 4. Hello everybody, welcome back to the brand new Skate Game. And guys, I am very excited for this video. This one is a long time coming. And let me tell you, we are not starting this series off easy, guys. You guys have already sent me some of the most insane and creative challenges around the map. It was actually pretty difficult to pick the challenges for this video because you guys are already sending me so many. Which, by the way, if you'd like to send in any of your own Epic Skate 3 challenges, come and join my Discord. The link will be down in the description. But guys, let me tell you, these challenges are already next level. You guys are already going crazy. And our first challenge is already at the very top of my subreddit. It comes from Seamaster, and this is insane. So here we go. Our first ever challenge comes from Seamaster. He's on top of a building somewhere, does a quintuple heel flip. Look at how big this drop is. Oh, down into a ramp, flies down the parking garage, launches across the map, past this bridge, and somehow finds a place to land. Dude, if this is the first challenge we're doing in this series, things are gonna be insane. The bar is already set so high. If you remember my first episode of Epic Skate 3 Challenges, the challenges were not this hard at all, guys. But all right, I feel like this is gonna set the tone, not just for this episode, but the entire series. So without further ado, let's go and give this a try. We're actually already right next to the parking garage. Yeah, so here we are on top of the parking garage, but we actually have to get up on top of that building to start the challenge. Oh, there's someone already flying off it. Oh, 2 people. But yes, we want to fly off that building into a ramp we place here because the parking garage already has these like giant mega ramps going off the side of it. All right, so we want to put down a ramp right here. Oh, there's someone skating by. Oh, we went right through my ramp. This is a popular spot today. All right, so basically what we need to do is put down these giant ramps here. I kind of feel bad that I'm just like blocking this guy. Sorry. Doing an epic challenge here. He can turn it off if he wants to. All right, let's put down a second ramp here. All right, that should be a pretty solid landing ramp. Oh my god, it's so steep. Dude, this is gonna get us so much speed going down this park garage. Oh, I'm excited for this, but we need to figure out how to get up on that building. It looks like it's a climbable building, so let's go over there and find out. I guess first I have to jump over to this building. Okay, yep. Perfect. Let's see, can I go up this building? Oh, yes, I can. Okay. All right, hopefully I can climb up this building as well. Yes, perfect. Okay. Oh, yes. And just like that, we're on top of the building. All right, let's go. Oh, the view from up here is so cool, dude. Look at how small our ramp looks down there. Oh, looks like my friend is actually climbing this building, too. Maybe he's going to do this challenge with me. All right, I think we actually need to get a little bit of speed from this. I'm gonna try just like a running start first, but oh, I feel like that's not gonna be far enough to make it all the way there. Nope, yep, definitely not far enough. I think it might be helpful to actually like put in a quarter pipe here to drop into. So let's just drop this down right around here. And all right, here we go. Wait, do you guys know about the drop-in glitch? If you go to drop in on like anything in this game, and then right when you drop in, you hit all the bail buttons. Oh my gosh, it says you absolutely flying in the air. But if you get it like just right, it'll actually send you way out of the map. Oh, straight into the crowd. Oh my god. But all right, we're not here to do glitches. We're here to do challenges. So let's see if this is actually enough speed now. We just need to get one good push here, and oh, that actually felt like some pretty good speed. Oh yeah, I think we got the distance. We just didn't line it up. But this game is just so goofy, man. It's like some moments are just so funny. But all right, here we go. Oh, we might actually be lining this up. Come on. And oh no, we actually hit the ramp, but we didn't land it somehow. Called it a gnarly slam. I didn't expect this to be the hard part of the challenge, but it's proving to be a little bit difficult to actually make it all the way to this ramp. Like, we don't even have the distance here. But now I see why Seamaster had to use that ramp there. That's the only way that you can like land at that angle from all the way up here. Okay, this has got to be it. This has got to be it. Come on, and bang. What? It's like I'm hitting it, but I'm not actually landing in it. Oh, that was a really good launch. Oh, I have a good feeling about this one. And bang. Yes, there we go. Okay, lock in. Oh, no. Dude, what? We hit that final ramp with so much speed that we just immediately fell off. Oh, like I said, guys, we are not starting this series off easy. This is a huge challenge. Oh, the slow kickflip. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, that's so good. Oh, no, we're too far to the left. Dude, I cannot. Oh, get a good launch. It's hard because, like, you launch completely blind. Like, you have no reference for, like, where you're going or, like, what direction or what angle you should be hitting. Like, you really kind of just launch and then, like, hope for the best. But this one actually looks pretty good. Yep, okay. And left. There we go. Oh, my God, that could be it. Oh, that could be it. Oh, it's so close. No. Oh, we just missed. Okay. Looks pretty lined up. Perfect, okay. And launch. Oh, come on. Oh, yes. Oh, it's so close. Bang, no. Nice. Come on. Oh, just short. Come on. Oh, no. Just missed again. Okay. Oh, someone's putting some rails down in the middle of the road, but it's fine. I have them disabled. Okay. Perfect launch with the Benihana, and bang! Yes, let's go! Oh, we're flying! Let's go! All right, there you have it. Almost ran into some random dude's rails, but luckily I had them disabled. Dude, I saw them from all the way up here. I thought I was gonna run into them, but luckily I have them disabled by default. But then perfect launch into the Benihana 540. So cool. And then a perfect landing to fakie, brushed up against the wall, and then slammed into the hip. All right, we will take that. Now, as you guys know, there's no keyframes in this game yet, so we can't film it super well, but I'll see what I can do. Actually, my replay editor is broken. What is happening? Yeah. So, no replay. Sorry, guys. Oh, they gotta fix that soon, man. All right, so a bit of a hectic start to this video, into this series, but this next challenge is actually something that I've never seen done in Skate 3 and just saw done for the first time in Skate. It comes from Serve Others, and he's way on top of a building somewhere, jumps off his board. Oh, he starts flying. We have our first flying judge. Oh, but then he goes into like a nosedive, pulls his board, and oh, yo, this spot is crazy. Pops up into a spin, and if you look in the bottom left, you can see just how many spins he's doing. He does a full tuck knee 2160. Now, some of you may remember that back in Skate 3, I once did a 1260, and to this day, that is still the most spins I've ever done in one single jump. Well, this is a 2160, which is an extra 900 degrees of spinning, and I actually think the spot is right over here. Yes, look at this, dude. What is that? It's like this giant Y-shaped thing in between the buildings. But all right, we need to get up on top of this building on the right, and it looks pretty climbable, so it shouldn't be too hard. Now, not every building in this game is climbable. Like, if you look to the building over there, it's just like a bunch of flat windows. But luckily for us, this building is definitely designed to be climbed. Oh, what? There's a fast travel point up here? Oh, dude, that would have been so much easier. I don't have it unlocked yet, though. But all right, here we are on top of the Imperva Towers. Dude, this spot is crazy. Oh, it's like so perfectly slanted to like launch you down into whatever this thing is. Can I just like drop in down into it? Oh, here we go. Oh, dude, this spot is so wild. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, we didn't land it. Oh, and we're falling even farther. No. But all right, our goal is to actually, like, land on that thing. And I think that's where flying comes in handy because you can actually kind of, like, aim where you want to land and then pull the board in. And, oh, there we go. Oh, we're on it. Okay, so what do we want to do? We want to pop like this and then try to do as many spins as we can. Okay, that was literally only a 720. So we're going to need a lot more speed than that. And I think that's actually why he doesn't spread eagle. He, like, nosedives down to get more speed. It's not super easy to actually land on it. You got to line it up and pull your board in at, like, the perfect time. But here we go like that. Yes, okay. Oh, we're flying, dude. And kickflip into it. Yes, here we go. Oh, we're spinning, but we're not spinning that fast. That was a 1080, and we didn't even land it. Wait, that was only a 1080? Wait, we need to do twice as many spins as that. Wait, how is that even possible? We're gonna need like way more speed or something. Ooh, okay, there we go. We want to get like as close to the building as we can. There we go. Maybe we want to pump a little bit, and oh, we're getting really high. Like we're getting all the way up to the top of the other building, but we're not getting any better than a 1080. That was a clean 1080 though. What if I try it on this side? Oh, we're still spinning like way too slow. Oh, maybe we need to like pre-wind. I know you can like pre-wind in this game if you like do that, and then, oh, yeah, so that was a way faster spin. So basically, you want to do like a pop shove it motion with your left stick, and then hold it and pop. So you'll see without the pre-wind, you can't really get a full 360 without like reverting. But if you pre-wind it, you can easily get that full 360. So all right, let's try to actually, oh, why'd I do that? Let's try to actually pre-wind the spin. That might make us go a little bit faster and get a little closer to this building maybe. All right, so here is my line. I'm gonna backflip onto the board, hippie jump into the spread eagle, straight into the torpedo, pull my board back in like that. Okay, and then we want to pre-wind the spin like that. Oh, yes, that's way faster. Oh, well, I actually landed on top of this building.
Wow.
Should I just immediately try to do the challenge again? But from this side, we just keep going back and forth. That would actually be pretty funny. Okay, here we go. Let's pre-wind it again. Oh, yeah, that is definitely a faster spin. Perfect dive and pull the board in. Yes, there we go. Okay, and pre-wind into the spin. Oh, yep, that is much faster spinning. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. And, oh, that was only a 1620. I think maybe we also want to try to do, like, a different kind of grab. I feel like if we can make our character, like, smaller, kind of like a figure skater when they spin. I know he does, like, a tuck knee grab, but we could try to do maybe like a crossbone or I don't know, something that'll make our skater a little bit smaller so that we spin faster. Whew. Okay. He decided to add some steves to that one for some reason. All right, here we go. Oh, that feels good. That feels so good. Oh, we're spinning. Oh, we're spinning. Oh, we're spinning. Come on, one more. Yes, 2160. Oh, I could tell right from the launch that we had that one, dude. Let's go. Crossbone 2160 in skate. Oh, dude, that was awesome. All right, you can see the pre-wind there into the pop. Yeah, dude, I knew right when I popped that we had a good spin going into the crossbone. Such a cool looking grab. All the way back down. I knew I needed that last 180 tweak and got it perfectly into fakie. All right, I want to try to film it before the replay glitches out. Alright, it was a little bit laggy, but sorry guys, there's nothing I can do about that. They really do need to get the replay editor situation sorted. So our next challenge comes from a guy named This Guy in my Discord server. And guys, it wouldn't be skate challenges without some sort of bridge gap. So it looks like he's starting somewhere above the canal. He actually flies down like into this ramp, hippie jumps into a triple body flip backflip. Oh, and then lands back on the board. He like pulls it in last second. Now, all right, guys, this is something I wanted to bring up because this is our second flying challenge in a row that actually uses this flying mechanic. And in a lot of ways, it makes challenges quite a bit easier. Now, if you haven't played the game, that might not make sense. But basically, when you're flying, you can maneuver it like very well. So you can go faster, you can go slower. You can pretty much line up to land anywhere. And it's not that difficult to learn. But here we are at the canal. And this is actually the spot that we want to land in. Yes, right here. So I think we want to start up on that building. And my first instinct to get up there was actually to do the like rolling launch glitch. Now this has definitely been one of my favorite glitches to use to like get around a little bit quicker. But the thing I was saying about flying is I feel like there's different ways to use flying. And challenges like these are the ways that I like best, where you kind of use flying to like gain speed and actually get to a spot, not necessarily like flying is the entire challenge. It's almost like using flying as a tool rather than like making flying the actual challenge. But okay, this is where we want to land. And basically what we want to do here is pull our board in, and then we want to hippie jump into a triple body flip backflip over the bridge, and then we need to land on the other side so we can actually put down another ramp over here. But yes, I already know that flying challenges might start to become controversial, so let me know what you guys think of them down in the comments. So all right, let's give this a try. Our second flight of the day, right down into here. Oh, I definitely need more speed than that. I feel like I actually want to start farther back so that I'm a little bit like lower when I pull my board in. Okay, not that low. Maybe like around here. Oh yeah, like that. Oh, that's how we want to do it. Okay, and then triple backflip. All right, so now we need to actually line this up with our landing ramp and make sure we're getting enough speed. Oh, we finally cleared the bridge, but I'm not even close to where my ramp is. Oh, dude, this is so insane. I feel like this is the kind of clip that people use to like say they hate this game because it's not realistic enough. And obviously I get that, guys, because like we're barely even using the skateboard for this challenge. Like that's the only time we're even on the skateboard until we land. So I'm gonna do my best in this series to, you know, balance it out, do lots of different kinds of challenges. Like I want to do some narrow gaps, obviously. Oh, I want to try to do more body flips. Oh, there we go. There's our triple body flip. I am gonna make sure that not every challenge is like a crazy off-board challenge like this, because they are fun to do every now and then. But I think I really do enjoy like the more skating focused challenges more. But with that being said, that was a pretty cool challenge, so let's film it. Alright, there you have it. Yeah, not the hardest challenge, but still a fun one, and it gave us something to talk about. But alright, guys, we have one final challenge to do today, and I've actually seen a couple of people do this challenge now, but the first person I ever saw do it was One Eye Bry, and this is a pretty crazy one. So this clip comes from NBA Slime. He's on top of a building somewhere, does a kickflip into a wall ride on the side of this building, then flies up into the air, literally floating through the sky all the way to this other building, and perfectly lands in the rooftop pool. That is such an awesome transfer. And I actually first saw this challenge in real life when I met One Eye Bry like a couple months ago, and that was back before we were allowed to like post videos on the game, and I've been wanting to try this challenge ever since. So I'm excited for this one, but the first thing we have to do is actually figure out which building it's on. So I'm actually looking at the map right now, and you can actually see the rooftop pool on this building, so I can probably work out that this is the building that you want to wall ride, and this is the building that you want to start on. So I'm gonna set my waypoint up there and fast travel next to it. All right, yes. Oh my gosh, dude, that is such a tall building. Oh, how are we gonna get up there? Oh wait, what if I just teleport to someone that's on a taller building? Is there anyone like on the M-Corp building? Oh, there's one person up there. Wait, if I can figure out who that is and teleport to them, that would be way quicker. Oh, wait, this guy's actually climbing the building right now. Okay, he's not on top of it yet, but he's climbing it. What happens if I teleport to him while he's climbing it? Will I just like fall out of the sky? Oh, nope. Yes, I'm actually above him. Oh, shout out to headshots only. All right, a little shortcut here. And jump across, and just like that, we're on top of the tallest building in the game. And you can see way down there is actually where we're trying to go. So let's just jump down there and fly over. I don't know if that was actually quicker than just climbing the building, but hey, we made it up here. But all right, one final challenge. We need to gap across to that building, do a wall ride, and then launch over to that rooftop pool, dude. That is pretty cool. I like how we can see the entire challenge from up here. But all right, so in the video, the guy actually did like a spread eagle speed glitch that I don't really know how to do. I don't think it's supposed to be like a super hard speed glitch, but I also don't know if we even really need to do it. Yeah, the hard part here is definitely going to be like landing high enough up on the wall so we have enough time to pull it back up and launch all the way up onto that building. But I am determined to do it without a speed glitch. Okay, here we go. Oh, it feels like we're going pretty low. Oh, no, I didn't even get the wall ride. Oh, no. Nice tray flip across. We've been doing a lot of endless kick flips today, so maybe we should try to throw in a tray flip. Oh, that's actually closer. We hit the side of the building. Oh, we're actually standing up here. We just need to get that last little bit. What if I start turning, like, before I even land on the wide? Oh, that's a little bit higher. Okay, we're getting closer. Maybe tail walk across. Perfect. And pull up. Oh, that's way higher. Oh, dude, yes, that is so much better, but we're lined up for, like, the middle of the pool. What? Oh, we need to actually, like, land on the incline here. But like I said, I've been wanting to try this challenge for months, so I did not expect it to be very easy. It's so cool, but okay, here we go. And, oh, my God. Oh, that is, like, really high up. That is definitely way too high. We're not even going to make it to the building. Oh, I almost accidentally landed there. I just had a really weird idea. What if I tried to, like, coffin while I was on the wall? Would that work? Oh, coffin across the buildings? Wait, that would actually be pretty cool. I feel like it'll be cool to kind of throw in my own trick to make the challenge my own at this point. So, tail walk in, coffin on the building. Oh, pop up in the air. Oh, wait. Oh, that's lined up. Come on, come on, come on. And no! Dude, we actually landed on the spot. Oh, dude, can I even land that in a coffin? Oh, come on. Come on, come on, and no, huge coffin, and oh no. Come on, that's it, and bang, no, go, go, go. Oh, he's lighting it up, and no. Oh, dang, I don't know if that's possible. Oh, I don't really know how coffins work in this game, because sometimes it's weird when you try to land in a grab still, but I really want to see it happen. I can feel it in my bones that it's possible, guys. Come on, this has got to be it. This has got to be it. It's got to be it. And oh, let's go. Yes. Oh, that was awesome. Oh my gosh. I knew it was possible. Well, there we go. The tail walk 360 into the wall ride on the side of the building and flying through the air into the Coffin 900. Dude, I had no idea if this was possible. Bang! Oh, we did like a power slide. Coffin power slide to land it. Oh, dude, that could not have been any better. All right, there you go. Not the best clip, but without keyframes, there's not much I can do. Well, all right, guys, that's going to do it for our very first episode of Epic Skate Challenges. I hope that you guys enjoyed it. And once again, if you'd like to send in any of your own challenges for this series, make sure you send them to me on my brand new Discord. The link will be down in the description. We are less than 1 week away from this game going fully public where everybody can play, so I'm very excited to see all of you on this game. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a thumbs up. And as always, stay sexy. See you guys.
have an easier time making that a regular brush and cutting it. Well, I got the job done. I think that's all that matters.
been a while.
This would be the second time, I believe, that I had ever been to the midnight release of a Call of Duty, the first being Modern Warfare 2. And I remember back in those days, that line was down the street and around the corner. Like, there had to be a solid, like, 150 to 200 people in the line outside of my local GameStop. If you guys weren't around in the times of midnight releases, you missed something extremely special. It was a fantastic experience. And then if you're like me, you came home and you just played the entire campaign as fast as you possibly could, and then started playing zombies until your eyes bled. And of course, the map that I was so excited to play was Kino der Toten.
Entry 7410, Tovan! Perhaps this station will hold the key to the real goals of Group 935. I still do not trust my unconventional allies, but they are of great use to me.
Because just, I think, a month before the release of the game, there was some leaked footage of a guy in the MPL room of Kino der Toten, and that little, like, 10-second clip of a guy walking through the map made me so excited to play Black Ops Zombies. And I even remember being distinctly annoyed when I found out that you could use the computer cheat codes to get the maps early, like to be able to play 5 without having completed the campaign like I did. Because I was like, I rushed home to complete this campaign, and then sure enough, the next morning, everyone found out that you could just go on this little PC, type in a couple codes, and then boom, everything's unlocked. It's like, man, you guys didn't go through the struggle that I just went through playing a video game all night, as if that was actually, like, a difficult thing to do. But I dove into that game, and I played a ton of it. With the zombies, the multiplayer, wager matches.
In the money.
Let's go.
It was probably one of the best overall packaged games as far as, like, the multiplayer being super solid. And then, of course, the zombies. This being the second game that has ever had Call of Duty Zombies in it, and being the first one that will eventually have Easter eggs and some real development of the lore, which, at the time, I knew barely anything about. And the truth is, I still don't really know all that much about the lore. I certainly know a few things, but this series right here is meant to change that. So if you're like me and barely know anything about the lore of Call of Duty Zombies, but have always wanted to learn, you can learn alongside me. And if you're someone who's been studying it all along, I hope you'll have me. But without further ado, on October 28th, 1963, from Derice, Ultimus teleports to Kino, and this marks the first time that Ultimus travels through space and time. Ultimus locates a lunar lander at Kino and flies it to the Ascension facility. So there's a lot of things we learned in episode 1 of Learning Lore, such as who Ultimus is, this group of 4 former soldiers, 3 of them being brainwashed by Group 935, and one of them being an ex-Group 935 scientist, Dr. Richthofen. And just like the entry I read to you said, Ultimus teleported from Derice, where the Wunderwaffe DG2 overloaded a teleporter and sent them through time to Kino der Toten. But it's very obvious when playing the map that Kino der Toten is not a facility that was made in 1963. It is definitely a Nazi-ran facility. And in episode 1, we learned that Group 935 was originally a secret facility that did not operate under the command of a government, but eventually Maxis turned to the Reichstag for additional fundraising. And in doing so, shortly thereafter, in 1940, Germany created new facilities for Group 935, one of them being this Kino facility, and the other one being the Wittenau Sanatorium in Berlin, or Beracht. But the question certainly remains of what exactly happened at the Kino facility back in these 1940 days. What kind of research was happening there? Because we know at Derice there was certainly the teleporters, and they were working with this matter transference device, trying to get spatial teleportation to work, as well as other projects such as the Wunderwaffe and reanimating undead subjects. Well, the asylum facility that was made at the same time as Kino was used to test different methods of torture and brainwashing on these individuals that were there at the site to help Germany create that undead army that they wanted so bad, and it seems like the Kino facility is no different. On December 20th, 1942, accompanied by Samantha, Maxis is transferred to the Kino facility to focus on creating Germany's undead army, and Samantha is left in Richthofen's care, who presumably followed along with them. And this, of course, is before all of the events that happened at the Derice facility, before Samantha was put into the MPD, before zombies happened. At this facility, Maxis is working with different subjects, one of them named 2-6. And his main goal was working on mind control for these subjects, to be able to control them so that Germany can operate their undead army.
The test subjects have been undergoing treatment for 5 days with little progress. I have been assured that given time, the programming will take hold.
And finding the reels while playing Kino, you can see it looks like chemistry was certainly a part of this. They were probably making drugs for these zombies, essentially, to dull them down and make them more controllable. But drugs was not the only thing that they were using. It seems that they were also using film. They were using the theater, essentially, to create, like, mind control videos.
In the past weeks, we have made great strides in breaking through to their subconscious. I have had the projectionist make edits to the film. These changes have been very effective.
And it seems that this, or maybe a combination of the film and drugs, was extremely effective, and Maxis had a very good outlook on what this undead army could become.
Subject 2-6 has had a breakthrough. He is responding to the treatment and following basic instructions. The violent outbursts have been greatly reduced, and given time, we feel this method of treatment will be 100% effective in most cases.
Dr. Maxis believes that he is on the verge of a breakthrough, and if this patient 2-6 can retain these impressions for longer than 26 hours, they'll have the process perfected.
Our timeline for deployment can be accelerated, given the progress we have made in the past 2 weeks. If patient 2-6 can retain the impressions longer than 26 hours, we will have the process perfect.
But of course, us being in the future here in Black Ops 1, we know that Group 935 was not successful, and Germany lost the war. They did not make their undead army, and this subject 2-6, well, he lost control and was killed while attacking one of the handlers.
Another setback. Patient 2-6 was killed this morning in a field test. He lost control and attacked one of our handlers. His injuries were minor, but patient 2-6 was destroyed. The break in programming coincided with the flashing lights and loud noises of the fire alarm in the test facility. One moment. What is it?
It seems that a fire alarm went off. The flashing lights and noises of that alarm, well, made patient 2-6 start acting more like a zombie and attacking everyone around him. So listening to all of these radios and films, we can definitely surmise that the Kino facility was mainly used for testing on these subjects, trying to use mind control techniques through film and drugs to make the test subjects controllable and usable as an undead army. And when you play the map, of course, just looking around, you can find cases of zombies as well. And it certainly would make a lot of sense that inside these little capsules are the zombies that they were using as test subjects. And like the Chronorium stated, while Maxis was working with these undead subjects, Samantha was also at the facility, and if you go to the dressing room, well, you can find evidence of this on the walls, as well as with props scattered around the facility. And while we're looking around the map of Kino, there's actually a few other things I want to point out as well. One of them is in this maintenance room. If you come to the back and look on through this window right here, well, you see a game of poker, which is kind of cool, but on the bookshelf, there's also this little note here that is clearly the Illuminati symbol, hinting at Edward Richthofen's involvement with the Illuminati. Because on that very same bookshelf, and many others around the map, you can find a memoir of Edward Richthofen. And on the spine, it even says DG2 and DG3. Okay, so now we know what happened at the Kino facility and what the Kino facility was used for by the Nazis during the 1940s. But it's now 1963 when Ultimus arrives at Kino, and of course a lot has changed, but they find the place overrun by zombies, obviously. I mean, it's a zombies map. So how did they get there? Well, of course, we know that the Kino facility had plenty of zombies around and test subjects that they were using. So it makes sense where the actual bodies came from, but why were they still attacking 18 years later after the events of Darius? Well, my assumption at this point is that it's because of Samantha. Samantha realizes that Ultimus has made it to Kino and unleashes zombies across the facility. But there is one new type of zombie that we have no idea how it has been created. I mean, at this point at least, and that is the Nova Crawler. It seems to have just appeared now 18 years later. Suddenly, Samantha has some new tricks up her sleeve. And we'll learn about that in just a second when we get to 5. But first, we have to answer one more question. Well, as I stated earlier, Ultimus arrived at the Kino facility and located a lunar lander that they fly to the Ascension facility. But looking around the facility, this is not something that is super obvious, and, well, I don't really think there's any evidence of a lunar lander being on this map anywhere. And, I mean, not to mention, it also doesn't make any sense of why there would be a lunar lander at the Kino facility. I mean, it's an old, repurposed Nazi facility. Surely there is no lunar landers at it. So this is one thing that is certainly questionable at best. And not to mention, there's also other things about the Kino facility that definitely deserve looking into. So before we answer the question of the lunar lander and wrap up the details here at Kino, let's talk a little bit about these infamous portraits on the wall. So of course the characters here are depicted in portraits. This is Ultimus. We have Richthofen here as the biggest portrait on the wall, and 3 smaller portraits here being Takio, Nikolai, and Dempsey. But there's also some blacked out portraits, such as this one that's hanging on the wall, and this one on the ground. But these 2 aren't the only portraits like this. There's also 4 more of them outside the map. And it's definitely warranted to question about why these are there. I mean, Richthofen makes sense. Of course, this is a German facility, and he has done work here. But the other 3 here were test subjects at the time that this facility was used by the Nazis. So why would there be portraits of them on the wall? And, I mean, not to mention, who is this silhouette meant to represent? Now, there is one solution of this that can be found and classified that this could be Premise Nikolai, since there's an Easter egg in that game. But for right now, let's talk about what this could have been back in Black Ops 1 days. Well, there's multiple possibilities of who this could be, but what is important to note is I don't think these portraits are depicting different people. It definitely seems that every single one of these silhouette portraits are exactly the same, or at least nearly exactly the same, and are most likely all depicting one person. And what's my guess? Peter McCain. Now, the reason I say Peter McCain and not like Pablo, for instance, is because someone like Pablo wasn't theorized yet at all during the making of Kino. And certainly someone like Premise Nikolai wasn't either. But Peter McCain, however, definitely was, and he was a secret character of World at War that kind of had this backstory and was the reason that the events of Verrückt happened. And of course, you can even find his body on Shino Numa hanging there in the spawn room. And although this certainly isn't a complete answer, because there's obviously no way to answer it, it definitely does not even scratch the question of why these portraits are there in the first place. Considering at the time the facility was made, these were test subjects, and here in 1963 Kino, there should be no reason that these people were put up on the wall. I mean, no one really knows about them other than Group 935 and secret organizations in America and Russia, which gathered intel from the collapse of Germany after World War II. So I really think the best way to surmise all this is it probably is Samantha's doing, or perhaps Dr. Monty's. Right, because we know that Dr. Monty is reaching through time, and actually, the events of Kino, if we look at the Chronorium, well, these temporal rifts that were caused from Ultimus traveling across time is when Monty started to step in and begin making some of these changes, help Group 935 invent perk machines, the chalk drawings, all these little nudges. And perhaps in these little nudges, he also wanted to, well, put some portraits on the wall to let you know he was there. Which the Chronorium is an amazing project that was led by Mr. Wafflewaffles, and all of these people you see on your screen here worked on it, and I want to just say thank you to all of you, because for the guy that is trying to learn the lore and really doesn't know much about it, this is probably the best resource out there. Okay, so that is the portraits dealt with, but what about the lunar lander? Well, it's very obvious that the teleporter at Kino doesn't exactly work as intended. I mean, when you use it, you can get teleported to multiple different little locations that are definitely at a different place and perhaps at a different time even. This is of course where you find the Group 935 film reels for what happened at the Kino facility, and it's also where you can find little Easter eggs hinting at the story from World at War. Oh, and while we're here, the rocket thing? Well, if you go up to it using no-clip, there's a World at War interaction symbol, and if you go on over to the dressing room and jump in front of this mannequin a couple times, this little rocket at the table can be launched. And I thought this little interaction symbol was just super cool to see. A little relic of World at War, and it also shows us this cool little Easter egg. But anyways, because of this clear teleporter issue, well, it's my assumption that Ultimus found this lunar lander after teleporting to some unknown location. And it's most likely this was somewhere near the Ascension facility, considering lunar landers cannot travel very far. I mean, in real life, these lunar landers could travel probably around like 30 or so miles on a single tank. And I mean, not to mention in the zombie storyline as well, when you play Ascension, those lunar landers have to refuel every single time you use them. And man, they travel like way less than a single mile. So it would make a lot of sense that this teleporter at Kino malfunctioned once again, teleported them to a location near the Ascension facility, or perhaps adjacent to it. They hopped themselves on the lunar lander and arrived at our next map, Ascension.
Main power offline. Auxiliary power activated.
Digital's a color go. Visor no power.
Now, before we get to the events of Ascension, there is a whole lot we need to cover leading up to November 6th, 1963. And at the same time, we'll also answer the question of the Thunder Gun, which appears on Kino as well, and we haven't even mentioned it yet. So before we get to the events that happened at the Cosmodrome, we first have to step back in time. And of course, we know that on November 5th, 1945, Group 935 was disbanded after Germany lost World War II. And because of this, much like real life, the United States and the Soviet Union shared resources from these Group 935 research stations, and Richthofen's diary was among those items that was recovered by the Soviet Union. So I suppose that means that the Soviet Union took the resources from Derice, which makes a lot of sense because that's in Berlin. The Soviets hired many Group 935 scientists to work among them. One of them is a man named Harvey Yena, who forms what is called the Ascension Group for the Soviet Union. This is akin to a more modern and Soviet Group 935 working on experiments for Russia. And almost 10 years after the foundation of the Ascension Group, on October 19th, 1955, a guy named Gersh and another guy named Yuri Zavosky begin working for the Ascension Group, and they will become very pivotal in what happens there, and why the Easter egg, which we'll get to, is important. In studying Group 935's medical elixir research, the Ascension Group starts developing some of their own elixirs, them being PhD Flopper and Stamina, probably the two most revolutionary perks that came out of Black Ops 1. And also, later that same year in 1962, Gersh begins to work on Project Thunder, of course, the Thunder Gun. And then just a month after that, on December 12th, 1962, Gersh and Yuri begin to work together on the Gersh device, codenamed Project Mercury. Gersh was essentially the leader of the project. He was essentially Maxis for the Ascension Group. And Yuri in this situation is a lot like Richthofen. In fact, we'll see here in the story a lot of parallels can be drawn between Gersh and Maxis and Yuri and Richthofen. And while the Ascension Group is working hard on all the science stuff, the events of Kino der Toten happen in 1963. And it's important to note that up until this point, there was no zombies happening. So it seems that either Samantha chose to wait until Ultimus was around to start doing zombie stuff, or she needed the rifts that were created from Ultimus traveling to Kino to be able to start doing the zombie stuff. Which I think the latter is the case, and I'll tell you why in just a second. Just one day after the events of Kino, on October 29th, 1963, Gersh informs the senior staff that Yuri has been removed from Project Mercury and has been transferred to Rocket Research because, well, he was not exactly experiencing success.
Convey my sincere gratitude to you for that. But on to business. I am pleased to report that all projects are running smoothly again after recent personnel changes. As I had previously mentioned, Yuri Zavoysky is a brilliant scientist, but he has so far proven incapable of handling Project Mercury, or as you call it, the Gersh device. Due to numerous delays and setbacks, I have sadly been forced to transfer Yuri to the 8K64-A experiments. I have decided that your nephew should take his place, and look forward to working with him directly. Yuri's incident with the Casimir mechanism leaves no doubt in my mind that this is the right decision. The explosion caused the mechanism significant damage. It will take time to remanufacture all of the parts, unless some of them can be salvaged.
So it seems that Yuri's research wasn't exactly working, and he in fact caused damage to the Casimir mechanism, the main thing that they were working on. And it seems to be that this Casimir mechanism is essentially the Soviet analog to Group 935's matter transference device. This was their project focused on teleportation. And of course, Yuri was not happy about this decision whatsoever. He starts to build up anger. Yuri seems to think of himself as a bit of a pioneer, and this recent demotion to work on rockets did not work for him.
Rockets. He transfers me to work on rockets. These experiments require no finesse, no imagination. My intellect is ill-served blasting a bunch of monkeys into the atmosphere. But I can't fight Gersh over this. I was able to hold on to my keys. Some after-hours research. No one else really understands what Project Mercury is capable of. Until then, this lab will have to do. Wait, is it a Matryoshka doll? Is someone with a child?
And as you heard from that radio, Yuri was able to hold on to the keys to his research laboratory. So he's still able to perform the research that he wanted to do behind Gersh's back. A lot like Richtofen did behind the back of Maxis. But there's also something else important to note about this radio. At the very end, Yuri says that he sees a Matryoshka doll and asks, has somebody let a child in? And according to the Chronorium, this radio was recorded one day after the events of Kino der Toten. So it seems that Samantha is starting to slip into this reality once again and put her seeds around the Matryoshka dolls being one of them. But the Matryoshka dolls was not the only seed that Samantha was planting. Yuri also finds a teddy bear in a box. And it's entirely possible that this teddy bear that was found in the box was simply just something that they recovered from Doris, which would make a lot of sense because along with this teddy bear is also where Richtofen's diary was.
Found the box today. Some Rebenka left his teddy bear in it. A disgusting and filthy toy. Who keeps bringing their child onto this space? Thank God they did not take the diary. The things I've learned about Element 1. I'll have to conduct this research on my own, away from the destructive hands of Gersh. His research into Project Mercury has stalled, but will he be transferred? I doubt it. As long as Project remains on track, his friends, I must start small.
And it seems that Yuri is prepared to continue doing this research behind Gersh's back, and is also developing some severe resentment towards his boss. And in this mode of sneaking behind Gersh's back, it seems that this is the first time that Yuri starts to read Richtofen's diary on his own. So he's learning now all about Element 115 and all of the things that happened at Doris. And while this is going on, Gersh is working hard at Project Thunder and actually nearing completion. And although the work on the Gersh device is not so successful, a lot like the matter transference device from Group 935 wasn't, Project Thunder, however, is giving some motivation to the Soviets to keep Gersh in power.
I assure you that our craft will be far superior to whatever the Americans, or should I say, Canadians, are developing. Finally, Project Thunder is nearing completion. My staff has assured me that the remaining issues of the effective range and power cell size will be solved within the next few months. Oh, and also, you should know that Dr. Zavoysky does not appear to be adjusting to his new position. He has been hostile towards the other scientists, at least more than usual, and has frequently been seen muttering to himself. The transition must have been hard for him, but if he does not learn his place soon, I may require another, more competent scientist to replace him.
And as you just heard, Gersh is starting to have some concerns about Yuri. He marks this off as Yuri just not adjusting well to his new position, which is certainly true, but he also says that he's been more hostile than usual and muttering to himself, which sounds a lot like he's been corrupted by Element 115, just like Richtofen was. Again, I'm sure you can see the parallels here. So Yuri is working behind the back of Gersh, and Gersh is, of course, leading this secret organization to continue studying Element 115 for teleportation reasoning and, of course, new weaponry. And the through line from World at War still exists. The development of the weaponry is easier than the development of the teleportation, which I suppose does make a decent bit of sense. I mean, using Element 115 to blow stuff up is certainly a lot easier than using it to teleport you to a specific location at a specific time. And now Yuri, in going behind Gersh's back, has gotten himself infected by this 115. And it's important to note that this happened extremely quickly. This was only November 4th, 1963 when he started to mutter to himself. And just one day later, on November 5th, Yuri completely loses it.
He's after in my head. Always in my head. I can't find her. I can't. Oh, I can't stop it. Keep it out. Why won't she leave me alone? Calm down, Yuri. Calm down. No, no, I won't. Shut up, shut up, stop, stop. You stop. Fine. Okay. Okay. I will.
Yuri has officially been subdued by Samantha, and obeying Samantha's wishes, Yuri tricks Gersh into activating the Gersh device, and that rift that is created absorbs him and also allows Samantha to travel through.
This had better be good, Yuri. The fact that you are even in this lab again is reason enough to have you permanently removed. If you've done anything that will ruin Ned's inspection tomorrow. Do not worry. You will not be disappointed. In fact, I'm sure you won't forget it. But I can't take all the credits. If you will do me the honors. What the? No! No! Yuri! You! You fat pig! Enjoy your dip! Oh no. No! No, 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 no! No, 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 no! What have I done? What have I done?
As you heard when Gersh hit the button to activate the Gersh device, you can hear Samantha Maxis say having fun, just like she did in Doris when you activated that teleporter. Gersh is sucked into this rift, and immediately after, it seems that Yuri has a moment of remorse. It may be the case that after Samantha was able to go through this rift, that Yuri had a moment before he was also sucked in the rift, where he was himself again, and immediately realized what he had done shortly before meeting his demise and being sent to the Pentagon. So before Ultimus arrives at the Cosmodrome, Gersh is currently stuck in the Gersh device, essentially. Yuri and Samantha are not there at the Cosmodrome anymore. They both traveled through a rift, and at the Soviet facility, of course, left in the wake of these events, is a zombie outbreak. On November 6th, 1963, one day after these events took place, Ultimus arrives at the Soviet Cosmodrome and free Gersh from the Casimir mechanism. Richtofen recovers his diary from the facility and learns that they need the Vril device from the Siberian facility for his plan. Maintaining his ethereal form, Gersh sends them into a rift to their next destination before beginning his travel across space and time.
She's coping. The mechanism must be repaired. Usually the voices sound so angry.
And immediately upon entering the facility, Ultimus is met with Gersh pleading to them to repair the mechanism and help him escape, because she is coming, and she being Samantha. And the very first step of the Easter egg on Ascension is to help repair this mechanism by throwing a Gersh device outside the map and obtaining what looks like a generator.
Casimir mechanism activation in progress. Error. No power detected.
No, it needs as much power as possible. Hurry, she's getting nearer.
Got it. Power.
And in doing so, you can hear the request for additional power. So it does kind of make sense that these are generators. And after getting that first node, you can come on over to this little computer down here, press interact, and you'll hear this.
Power rerouted to Casimir mechanism. Node 1 activated.
3 more. No, stop it.
Hey, there's power going to that thingy now.
You can hear Gersh say that node 1 is complete, and there are 3 more before fully repairing this Casimir mechanism. And also, well, you can hear Gersh saying, stop it, most likely to Samantha, who is trying to get to him. I'm not exactly sure yet how all of that stuff works in the dark ether, right? But it definitely seems that Gersh is holding on to hope that will help him. And I've always wondered where exactly that generator, that node 1, got teleported to. I've always just assumed that it was outside the map and wasn't present anywhere. But it turns out that it is indeed teleported to the top of this building, and you can even see a wire running from it down to the side. And that wire goes down the wall and around to the computer that you have to interact with. As you can see, before node 1 is teleported, there's actually a missing texture in the area where it's teleported to, and the same could be said about the bottom of node 1 as well. But I suppose while we're here, we might as well also point out the fact that that thing right there on the ground, well, I believe this is the Casimir mechanism. As you go through the Easter egg and start doing the different nodes, lights start appearing on this Casimir mechanism, seeming to apparently power it. Although I gotta say, it really doesn't make sense that such an important device is just sitting right here in the middle of what appears to be, I mean, a scrapyard, right? There's like a lunar lander just chilling right there that seems to be in disrepair. And, I mean, a whole bunch of other stuff, like barrels, a random truck here crashed into a wall. It definitely doesn't seem like the place for such a mechanism. Now, I've never noticed this before playing the map, but there is this little, like, crane grabber thing chilling right here, and the track does lead all the way over to where the Casimir mechanism is right now. So it is very possible that the mechanism was originally attached to this. It was actually, like, hanging up there, just chilling. And whenever Gersh turned it on and all that rift stuff happened, it ended up falling and rolling a little bit down to where it is resting now. And as far as the laboratory that Gersh and Yuri have been working in, I believe it is this building. I mean, that would make sense considering this is also where the Casimir mechanism is. And the computer to power it up. Which if we just hop on in here, we can see this room at least does not look like much of a laboratory. But we can imagine what could have been here, as well as probably a staircase that would have led to this room down here, where it seems like there's a bunch of servers and computer-related stuff. But alright, let's get back on track with powering this thing up. The problem is, though, the next step of the Easter egg requires 4 players. You have to press 4 buttons around the map at actually different perk locations, all at the same time during a monkey round. And obviously, me doing this in solo, that would not be possible. So I've downloaded a mod called BO3 Reimagined, which allows me to do this and actually play the Ascension Easter egg solo and do these steps just a little bit differently. And in fact, really the only difference is I don't have to press them all at the same time. Which I'm not entirely sure what's happening when you're pressing these buttons, although it is obvious that you're rerouting power to the Casimir mechanism. And you have to do this while the facility is on high alert status during a monkey round. So it could be possible that while the facility is in this shutdown effect, these buttons become possible for the employees to press to reroute power to a certain part of the facility if requested to. And in order to make sure it's not some lone actor doing this, all 4 buttons have to be pressed at the same time.
Power rerouted to Casimir mechanism. Node 2 activated.
Are they trying to communicate? Oh, no, they haven't.
And also when you complete this node 2, you can hear Gersh say that it needs more concentrated power for this to work. So that leads us to node 3. So of course all those who have played Ascension know that you can launch a rocket on the map, and in fact that is how you get access to Pack-a-Punch. But this is not the only thing that's underneath this rocket. There's also a clock and apparently a pressure pad that is extremely useful for powering up the Casimir mechanism. This Easter egg step is relatively simple. You really just need some time, and all you gotta do is stand on this pressure pad with normally all 4 players, and just stand there for 2 minutes straight. Not doing anything, no shooting, no throwing grenades, and obviously no moving. And after doing so, you can hear the announcer say that the power has been rerouted to the Casimir mechanism.
Power rerouted to Casimir mechanism. Node 3 activated.
Yes, almost there. Hurry, she's coming. Could this be related to Hendrik's work?
Gersh also talks to you again after completing this node, and he says, yes, you're almost done with this task, and then also screams Luna, which Luna in Russian is the word for moon. Although I suppose that's probably not too hard to guess, considering, I mean, you just put an R on it, and you get to English. But not only that, it was also the name of their space program, the Luna Programme. Luna Programme.
Лунная программа.
This program was akin to the American Apollo program, and they sent various robotic spacecrafts to the moon between 1959 and 1976. A whole lot of them were failures, but there was a lot of success, and, well, in a large way, it's the reason we're still using Russian rockets today. But as for the zombie storyline, there's a reason why he screams this. It's a code word that we need to enter in order to be able to activate Node 4. And how do we do this? By using the lunar landers. This step of the Easter egg, again, would require more than one player playing, as you need to call a lunar lander from one part of the map to the other in order to do it in the correct order. Essentially, you're collecting letters that are just floating in the sky and spelling Luna, L-U-N-A. The first one is supposed to be collected by flying from spawn to stamina up, but here in BO1 Reimagined, I can just fly it from stamina up to spawn, and it works perfectly fine, as it probably should have in the first place, Treyarch. And then you just repeat this process essentially for the next 3 letters. Now, there really isn't any explanation for why there are floating letters in the sky. I imagine this is Samantha related. I mean, that would make the most sense that this is at least like some kind of Element 115 thing going on. I would imagine normally these letters would not be there if this was an actual thing done at the facility before the rifts opened and, you know, all of these events have taken place. And after you complete this, you can hear the announcer say that the Casimir mechanism has been activated and full power has been achieved. Gersh is, of course, very happy about this and says, "Quick, open the door." Which, if we go back and remember where he is right now, he was sucked into a rift, so this door that he's talking about is that rift itself. After completing all these nodes, the lights on the Casimir mechanism are now all lit up, and on the ground is a small little orb. This orb, I believe, is supposed to be the rift itself, and in order to open it, you need to throw a Gersh device at it, shoot a bunch of ray gun shots, a couple Zeus cannon shots as well, and a few Matryoshka dolls. But with BO1 Reimagined, this is actually significantly easier and makes it able to be done in solo. And what's interesting, if you fail this part of the Easter egg, you can hear a Gersh say, "I can see the outside, but I need more power," or at least something like that. It's actually kind of hard to hear him, certainly when you're shooting a thunder gun. Man, whoever recorded that's an idiot, right? So I think the reason why we need the Gersh device and all the Zeus cannon, the upgraded wonder weapons, is because we're injecting 115 into this rift, and we need a whole bunch of it in order to open it.
Dimensional rift. Goodbye, Gersh. It would have been good to know you.
But when you do complete it, this orb starts floating up into the sky. You can hear that a safety protocol has been initiated and the Casimir mechanism is shut down. And of course, we hear Gersh for the last time. Which it doesn't seem like Samantha's too happy about this. And this part where the screen goes black and white and you can hear Samantha screaming is actually extremely important for the map 5. Which, in case you've been wondering this entire time why we skipped over 5 and started with Ascension, well, you're about to find out. But just like before we get to the events of 5, let's talk about what happened after World War II and what's happening at the Pentagon. Just like the Soviets after the downfall of Group 935, the Pentagon hired many of the former scientists to replicate their work. And on July 29th, 1952, the Pentagon began experiments involving their own versions of the undead. The Germans, they were working on reanimating soldiers for an undead army, while the Pentagon, well, they tested on animals instead. And actually, you can see this in this animal laboratory in the basement of 5. And it seems to be the consensus among the community that this is how these Nova 6 crawlers were made that we find in Kino and 5. The United States also has another facility other than the Pentagon where they're continuing this research, and that is the Groom Lake facility, or Area 51. And we won't get to Area 51 until next episode when we cover Moon, but it is important to note that a lot of research is conducted there as well. And after some years of doing this research, on November 3rd, 1959, the Pentagon constructs their own prototype teleporter and commence experimentation. It seems that these two projects working on the undead as well as teleportation is the Pentagon's main concern, which is the opposite of what the Soviets and the Germans cared about. They cared about the weapons first. In fact, it wasn't until about 4 years later when the Pentagon started developing weapons of their own, such as the Winter's Howl. And although it did take them a while to start developing a wonder weapon of their own, if you look around while playing the map, you can tell that they've been studying the wonder weapons made by other countries, such as the Thunder Gun here inside of this cabinet, and out the door and through this window, the ray gun sitting here on the desk, seemingly being reverse engineered by the scientists here at the Pentagon. And inside this room where this ray gun is on 5, there is also part of a teleporter, which it seems the Pentagon has acquired from one of the Group 935 facilities, and I'm not entirely sure which one this is, actually. We know for certain that it's not Kino, considering the Kino teleporter is still at Kino in 1963. It could be the case that they got it from the Darice facility, even though that the Soviets also got their share from that facility as well. If we look at the real history that happened after World War II, the United States and the Soviet Union divided the resources of the German government, split up their territories as well as Germany itself. But they didn't just divide the country into 4 different sections, they also divided Berlin into different sections, since Berlin was vital to Germany being the capital and all. So it could make sense that in the Zombies universe, the same kind of thing happened. With Darice being the main vital facility to Group 935, perhaps they divvied up the resources that were gathered there as well, and maybe this teleporter that you find here was from Darice. But alright, it's time to get to the point. Why did I cover Ascension before 5? Well, if you remember from earlier in the video, the event that caused the zombie outbreak at Ascension was Yuri tricking Gersh into activating the Gersh device, creating this rift and allowing Samantha to travel through. This is what caused the outbreak at Ascension, but it's also what caused the outbreak at the Pentagon. And it's also why Yuri, who you might know as the crazy scientist who steals your gun while playing 5, is walking around the halls at the Pentagon. On November 6th, 1963, the same day of the events of Ascension, in the Pentagon, John F. Kennedy, Richard Nixon, and Robert McNamara meet with Fidel Castro in the aftermath of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Due to the events at the Cosmodrome, a zombie outbreak occurs, and Samantha sends Yuri to the Pentagon to thwart their survival. And during the intro of 5, you can hear the zombie outbreak happen.
Now, gentlemen, as I like to think, in the long history of the world, that there are only a few generations.
Sounds like someone breaking in.
It's just a storm, Dick. Sit down.
Oh my God! It appears the Pentagon has been breached.
Zombies. Gentlemen, at times like these, our capacity to retaliate must be and has to be massive to deter all forms of aggression. Gentlemen, lock and load.
And this must be at the same time those rifts occurred at the Ascension facility, which the Chronorium states that that happened on November 5th and not November 6th. So it could be possible that the events of 5 really happened over 2 days instead of just 1. Perhaps day 1, the day you play on, is actually November 5th when the whole rift thing happened and the zombie outbreaks occurred. And day 2, when these leaders have been fighting off the zombies for such a long time, is when the events of Ascension happen. And after Gersh is freed and Ultimus departs from the Cosmodrome, the outbreak ends at the Pentagon and all 4 characters survive. Which is kinda strange to say that all 4 characters survive, considering the map 5 is very hard to survive on. And in order for these guys to survive 2 days playing the map, I mean, they had to get to a pretty high round, huh? I suppose in Classified, it's like round 115, right? You gotta get to? Or like, I think it was originally round 150. So if these guys have been up all night playing zombies, getting to around 150 together, like, dude, they had to be sweating it, you know what I mean? But in the intro of the map, you can see they do have a huge arsenal to work with, although you as the player don't exactly get access to this. And actually, what's kind of funny about this is the place where they get those guns from is the place that the Pack-a-Punch is in the game. So the events of 5 happened because of the events that caused Ascension to happen. And the events of Ascension caused the outbreak that happened at the map 5 to end. It's really interesting how these two maps were interlinked, and me being someone who never really studied the storyline, never really learned it until now, I never knew that this was the case, because in-game, there really isn't many hints at this. Except, well, I suppose for one, that I really just thought was kind of a funny Easter egg, but I guess it makes a lot more sense now. On the map Ascension, while playing, you can hear telephones ringing around the map, and if you go up to them and interact, you can hear characters from 5 fighting off the undead. And these red phones can also be found on the map 5, but unfortunately when they ring and you interact with them, you don't hear anything on the other side. At least not that I have found, although I do believe in Black Ops 4 for Classified that this isn't the case. You guys are going to have to let me know down in the comments. And of course, we'll cover that in detail when we get to Black Ops 4. I suppose another interesting conclusion about these phones being at the two facilities is that the Pentagon and that Soviet secret facility had a direct line to each other, which I doubt they shared research, but it could be that this was to ensure that the Cold War didn't turn into a hot one, or perhaps a zombified one. But as the Chronorium stated, after Richtofen recovered his diary at the Ascension facility, he learned that he needed the Vril device from the Siberian facility, or Call the Dead, for his plan. So in order to continue this storyline, we have to go to Siberia, but that is for next episode. I hope you guys have enjoyed, and if you did, leave a like down below. It helps me out a ton, and of course, make sure you're subscribed so you can come back for more. I cannot wait to continue the story. It really surprises me how much of this I didn't know and just how many details there really are in this storyline. And like things such as Ascension and 5 happening at the same time that I never knew, it really blows my mind. It was also really cool to see how many parallels happened here with the Ascension group versus like Group 935. How Yuri was a lot like Dr. Richtofen and Gersh was a lot like Maxis. I can't wait to see where the storyline goes, and I think this is where things are going to start getting pretty confusing, but I think I'm ready for it. In the meantime, if you want to watch more of my content, you can click one of the videos on your screen right now, but if not, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay awesome, and peace out.
Modern zombies just doesn't hit the same. You hear this sentence all the time. Things have changed in a big way, and some people just want to go back to the good old days. The golden age that gave fans some of the greatest memories of all time. So let's go on a huge nostalgia trip as we take a look at 50 things zombies OGs remember. And very few things are more famous from the old school days than the original classic camping strategy. Over the years, COD Zombies players learnt to train and were able to perfect their undead slaying skills in order to find a much better way to deal with the Horde, but in World at War, tons of fans relied on a much more simple game plan. Sitting on the catwalk of Deriz with a pack-a-punch weapon, spraying zombies for as long as they possibly could. There's no doubt it's one of the core memories of many players who've been there since the very start, and although quite clearly people would come to learn that there were far more efficient strategies for reaching high rounds, it didn't stop this one being absolutely iconic with the OGs. But only the most knowledgeable old school players remember Element 115 being a little bit different than it was in later games. Tons of people of course know that it's famous for being a very vibrant shade of blue. Well, if you were around when World at War dropped and 115 was first shown to players in Shi No Numa, it was completely different and was instead a much more orange or red colour. I guess the devs decided to go in a different direction for it, as when Shi No Numa was remade for Zombies Chronicles, they replaced this rock with the newer blue design. And if you've been around since the start of COD Zombies, there is a good chance you might remember negative points. Yeah, that was actually a thing. It was genuinely possible to go into minus points if you followed the right steps. You could actually do this on Varrock by purchasing Double Tap, and as the perk drinking animation was happening, also buying the Bouncing Betties next to it. And because you hadn't had your original purchase points for Double Tap deducted yet, you would be able to buy both. But when the game realised you didn't have enough money, it would send you into debt. Like, come on guys, we're taking on zombies here, do profits really matter? Well, I guess they do, because if you arrived to the series long before the modern era, as the community calls it, then you'll probably remember how being efficient with your points in the first few rounds actually mattered. It was basically the law. You didn't just go around wiping out zombies for the sake of it, you calculated the correct number of shots you could hit on a zombie with your pistol before finishing them with a knife. It was a great way of maximising your profit so you could get set up as quickly as possible to get much needed weapons and perks. And anyone who really cared about this will also know about how important it was to get loose change. Extra points for proning in front of a perk machine. If someone knew what they were doing in the more classic era of zombies, you can pretty much guarantee they would always do this. I mean, sure, you can still do it in the more recent games, but does anyone really care about it anymore? Interestingly though, anyone who was an Origins expert in BO2 would probably tell you it wasn't just perks here that you could get extra points from, because weirdly the Pack-a-Punch machine did it too. And for some reason it was only in Origins. I mean, it wasn't exactly going to make you a millionaire, but it could be useful for Easter egg efficiency, I guess. But remember when Zombies players used to actually spend the time boarding up windows in order to keep the undead out? Yeah, it sounds ridiculous with how things are in the modern day, but anyone who was a die-hard fan from day one will understand how important it was to get those windows boarded up as fast as possible. Well, at least in our heads anyway. Thinking back, outside of getting some much needed points in the early game, it really wasn't worth it at all, merely delaying the inevitable. But we still did it anyway, as if it was going to keep us alive for way longer. But hey, Zombies had only just landed around that time and we were still figuring things out, so surely we can forgive ourselves for wasting our time on such a pointless game mechanic. Speaking of pointless things though, it's kind of crazy to think that this word actually applied to one of the most famous perks of all time. Although certain classics like Jug have been incredibly useful ever since they were first introduced in Varrock, you definitely could not say the same for Quick Revive. Pretty mad to think that if you were around as a solo player in the World at War days, then this was absolutely useless to you. It did exactly what it said, revive players quicker. Yeah, revive other players quicker, the other players that didn't even exist in solo. So as I'm sure you remember, it did nothing whatsoever and was a total waste of points in World at War. Fortunately, this thing would change in Black Ops 1 when it finally gave solo fans a much needed self-revive, but to think that a perk that's existed for this long was originally a huge waste of time for tons of people is kind of nuts. But if we're talking about perks, there is a pretty famous story that we've got to touch on from Black Ops 2. There's a huge number of fan favourite perks from across the history of zombies, and one of those has got to be PhD Flopper. And of course, one of its most useful effects was completely removing full damage. So, a fair question is, which map would this work perfectly on? And of course, that's gotta be Die Rise. And these days, everyone knows about the fact that when you're dropping down the elevator in that map, if you really concentrate or slow things down, you can actually see PhD right there, you just can't get to it. The crazy thing is though, when this experience first dropped, everyone genuinely thought that you could, they just didn't know how to do it. Players spent ages obsessing over how it could be done and why Tryout must have added a secret way to stop the lift there or another way to get to that floor, allowing them to get the perk that they needed most in Die Rise. Fans at the time truly couldn't believe that it was just a big joke from the devs at our expense. But as we now know many years later, it was just one massive troll and we were never meant to be able to use PhD here. Not gonna lie, even this many years on, it still kinda hurts. And so did jumping into a game on Kino with someone who sadly had no idea what they were doing. Anyone who used to spend all of their time on this map with the release of Black Ops 1 probably did it because it was way easier than 5, let's be honest. But anyone who was looking for those easier high rounds would of course know that one of the best training areas in the whole experience is the stage. It does have one problem though that some teammates wouldn't know about, and this lack of knowledge could totally ruin your ability to get to high rounds. Rule number 1 for Kino, do not open this door on the stage, it completely screws with your ability to train there, and back in the day tons of people would make this massive mistake which would totally ruin co-op games. The solution, just play solo. But only the real OGs know that Kino wasn't even supposed to be a part of Black Ops 1. Seems kinda wild to say, but originally this iconic map was never even going to be a launch experience. It was in fact supposed to be DLC 4 for World at War. Can you imagine if that actually happened? Playing in the Theatre of the Damned with World at War mechanics, would this map have ended up as popular as it did? I mean, who knows? And then what would have replaced it in Black Ops 1? Just think of a world where the only launch map for that game was 5. That would have driven people to madness. But probably not as badly as getting abandoned by one of the series' most famous robots though. Although over the years the community's opinions on transit have softened slightly, anyone who was around for the launch of Black Ops 2 will definitely remember the pure community hatred for this map. But one thing that people did love was Ted the bus driver, although none of us were fans of his desire to stick rigidly to his timetable. It may seem crazy nowadays knowing that everyone just runs around transit through the fog, constantly dealing with denizens, but when the map first arrived that was not the case and players actually wanted to hop on the bus. I say wanted to because my god, Ted really didn't want to wait for you sometimes. It was one of the most frustrating experiences of all time to be picking up perks, weapons, or maybe even dealing with the undead, and this dude would just straight up leave you behind. He didn't care if it led to your impending doom, he was there to do a job and stick to a schedule, and if that meant leaving you behind then so be it. It was such a stressful experience, my guy, we just wanted to make it to town without having to fight off those annoying little creatures. Give us a break, man, it's like he was intentionally trolling us. Kinda like how people used to do exactly that on Buried with one of the most infamous items of all time. This map introduced a lot of unique things to the zombies community like the paralyzer, but one thing that Treyarch didn't account for was the combination of the time bomb and devious COD Zombies players. Although this pretty insane item could be really useful, it could also be one of the most frustrating things ever added to the game. As when DLC 3 first landed, it really didn't take long for many people in the community to learn that the time bomb could be used in co-op games to troll your teammates into madness. All players needed to do was get this thing out of the mystery box on an early round, throw it down somewhere, and then just wait to enact their awful plan. They would just bide their time until the whole team had progressed enough to actually have themselves set up in the map, and then boom, activate the time bomb, completely ruining all of their progress and throwing them back to when they first chucked it down. It was absolutely brutal, and one reason why tons of people preferred to play this map on solo. It's also the perfect example of a bygone era that the true Zombies OGs will have fond memories of, like when the mystery box actually mattered. This famous random weapon provider was one of the most important things in the entire game back in the day, and it's honestly a tragedy that that's no longer the case. Anyone who played the classic Zombies titles will absolutely know that in order to get the best weapons for slaying the undead, this box was very much your best friend. And in tons of maps from those early days, this was the only way to get the map's wonder weapon. There was no crafting or a quest to unlock it, it was spin the mystery box and hope you don't get bankrupted before you manage to grab hold of it. And not only that, but it was one of the sole ways to get tons of other unique items and weapons that couldn't be grabbed off the wall. The downfall of the mystery box needs to be studied because at this point it's a genuine tragedy. Here's hoping that we can take this glorious game mechanic back to how it was in the OG days. Speaking of the mystery box though, even a ton of original Zombies players totally forget something about a wonder weapon that's well known for coming out of the box. Let's be honest, the Winter's Howl is famous for all the wrong reasons. It's always been linked very closely with 5 and of course classified many years later as those are the only places you can get it, right? Well, that's actually wrong. Because you can also get it out of the box in the Black Ops 1 remake of Verrucht, which dropped as part of the Resurrection DLC. But be honest, right? Did you even remember this? Something that was of course also part of that DLC was Moon, and along with tons of other classic OG things on that map that we'll get to later, one thing sticks out for sure, and it really did separate the noobs from the pros. Spawning in at Groom Lake was definitely an interesting choice from Treyarch, particularly as this was before round 1 had even started. And I'm sure everyone remembers the random choice of 2 perks that could drop in this area for you. It was either Speed Cola or Juggernog. And if it turned out to be Jug, you basically had a choice. Be a total noob and wait ages to try and get hold of it by going through the teleporter numerous times, or take the tough task of attempting to grab this perk before even teleporting to the surface of the moon. That was what really showed whether you were a good player back in the OG days, as you trained around and attempted to rack up 2,500 points to grab this much needed perk. If you were one of the real ones who did this every game, hats off to you, as it wasn't as easy on the original version of the map as it would end up being many years later with Moon's return in Zombies Chronicles. Lots of things have changed over the years in Zombies, and one of those is the Pack-a-Punch machine. Let's be honest, nothing really hits the same as sacrificing your gun into this thing and hoping you're going to be able to get it back out as the zombies swarm you. Well, of course, that is unless you're a smart player and waited till the end of the round anyway. But as iconic as this was, it could actually cause some players a bit of a problem in the wrong circumstances. Because there was one map that you couldn't necessarily automatically grab your weapon right back again, and that was Die Rise. The famous machine was found inside the lift here, and so on top of dealing with zombies whilst trying to upgrade your weapon, now you had to compete with the schedule of the elevator too. And nothing was more stressful than seeing your Pack-a-Punch gun ready to be picked up by you, but the lift just decides, nah, I gotta shoot off dude, and disappeared to another floor, totally screwing you over. Man, it was a rough time for a lot of Zombies players. But if you were really there for the birth of this much-loved mode, you may well remember that the fans themselves are responsible for the creation of one of the most famous characters in Zombies history. All the way back in the first few maps of World at War, players quickly noticed that the undead seemed to constantly say someone's name. Sam! They're quite clearly saying Sam, right? I mean, it makes total sense as the zombies were being controlled by Samantha Maxis. Well, at the time, in the very early days of Zombies, they didn't even know where this mode would go, and so there were no plans for that character whatsoever. But the devs at Treyarch caught onto the fan theories and decided to run with it for the well-known character who would be featured not too long after in Derice. Kinda crazy to think that without the amazing members of the community, the original Ether story could have gone in a very different direction. In the modern day though, if you jump into the first ever Zombies map, Nakta and Toten, you may never know one of its coolest secrets. Well, trust me, the OGs do. Because as tons of us will remember, this famous experience wasn't even available to players at launch. Well, I suppose it was, but only if you put in some serious work. The only way fans were ever able to jump into the birth of Zombies was to complete the campaign, which would unlock it for them as a reward. Wild to think that one of the greatest game modes of all time was only meant as an Easter egg reward to thank people for finishing the game. And Treyarch also decided to run things back with their next title, Black Ops, as well. With most people of course jumping into Kino de Toten immediately, not actually knowing that another launch experience was also available. Nowadays everyone knows about 5 as it's available immediately when you boot the game up, but back in the day that was not the case. In order to take on the undead in the Pentagon, you either once again needed to complete the campaign, or this time around do something a little bit more sneaky. As players were able to break out of the chair they found themselves in the menu and interact with the computer. Entering 3 Arc Unlock, or Treyarch Unlock I suppose, would grant you 5 as a Zombies map to play without ever completing Black Ops' main story. Let's be honest, this is never something COD would do now. This blew OG's minds back in the day. But even more crazy than that was being able to absolutely break the much-loved Black Ops 2 map Buried. The Victor's experiences were well known for their bank system that of course allowed players to store money for future games, and it could be pretty OP in the hands of a smart OG. Well, things could be taken to the next level in Buried if you got your hands on the infamous time bomb from the mystery box. All you had to do was also grab the Galvanuckles off the wall and head to the bank. Throwing down the time bomb before punching the tags with the Galvanuckles and then depositing all of your hard-earned points would get you well on your way to a fortune. Then all the clever OGs used to do was finally activate the time bomb, sending them back to when they had all of their precious points, and they could then also pick everything up that they just deposited as well. This essentially doubled their points within seconds, and it could be used over and over again to essentially break the map, allowing you to do whatever you wanted as soon as you loaded in. I get the feeling maybe back in the day the devs didn't think certain things like this through. Something where Treyarch knew exactly what they were doing though was tormenting Black Ops 1 players with some of the most horrendous RNG this mode has ever seen. Moon may have well been responsible for one of the best Easter egg endings of all time, but it was also well known by older Zombies players for driving them insane with the absurd amount of luck required to get it completed. OGs would famously tell anyone who's never undertaken that map's main quest that first off you gotta spam the box repeatedly in the hope that you'll get Moon's wonder weapon, the wave gun. But not only that, you've also gotta keep going with wasting your money on that thing, as additionally you gotta get your hands on the Gersh devices. And if you're a new player you might think, phew, that's actually not that bad, but that's not even the half of it. As following this, you'd also have to spin the mystery box again to get the QEDs, whilst also hoping you'll get lucky enough to have the excavator breach Tunnel 6, which is another huge RNG related step. And then you've even got to go through one more mind-numbing round of box spins to get the Gersh devices for the second time. And that is because obviously you can't hold these and the QEDs at the same time. And all of this before the Zombies Chronicles versions where you could just spam the box using immolation. It was genuinely mind-numbing back in Black Ops 1. Quite a few Zombies Easter eggs have various levels of luck required, but never before or since has anything even come close to Moon. And it's not the only thing from that map that old school players remember for all the wrong reasons. Over the years, Zombies fans have had to deal with all kinds of mini-bosses, from Alcatraz Wardens to Panzer Soldats. But one that was known for causing numerous heart attacks could be found in DLC 4 for Black Ops 1, the Astronaut. He may not have been too difficult to deal with when you knew he was coming, but my god, if you happened to get unlucky and run around a corner or through a door when you didn't know where he was, it was like COD Zombies' original jump scare. So not only were you now having a panic attack, you'd also lost one of your precious perks. I mean, thanks a bunch, Treyarch. But some things from older Zombies are just pure nostalgia for all the right reasons. As I mentioned earlier, one of the original camping strategies was to perch yourself on the Doris catwalk and wipe out the undead. But many years later, players were still doing this kind of thing in Buried. Anyone who's reached the high rounds in that old school map will probably know exactly what I'm talking about. It simply involved getting hold of the paralyzer from the mystery box and then grabbing Vulture Aid from the church. People would then float their way over to the roof of the bank, and the amazing combination of the wonder weapon and the OP perk would literally allow them to just sit there and farm zombies for ages. It was such a crazy strategy back in the day. And it wasn't the only thing that Zombies players used to do in Buried pretty much every single game. Because if you wanted to easily get hold of the paralyzer in order to do that OP camping strat, there was a surefire way to make that happen, and the OGs definitely remember it because it involved everybody's best mate Leroy. Getting candy and gifting it to this very helpful little companion near the box would of course make him lock it in place for you. People used to do this all the time to make sure they didn't have to chase the mystery box around the map. It was such a smart move that anyone who plays Buried today probably still does this. If we throw things way further back than Black Ops 2 all the way to World at War, anyone who's a big fan of the original Zombies game will be able to tell you it was a little bit basic at the time. Power-ups of course have existed since the mode first dropped, but they were very different when they originally appeared. In later games, things like insta-kills obviously showed up on your screen with a well-known icon that would start to blink faster until eventually it disappeared when your time ran out. Well, back in World at War, tons of people will remember that things were much more basic, merely just saying the words insta-kill on screen and doing an actual number-based countdown. Thank God things progressed pretty quickly with this as soon as we got to later maps, as I'm not gonna lie, looking back it's pretty janky. And it wasn't the only thing that definitely needed some improvements from World at War, because back in the OG days, Nakda and Totem was incredibly slow. Don't get me wrong, we all made some amazing memories on this map, but one of those is definitely not having to wait for the actual zombies to arrive. Anyone who was massively into the game then will tell you half of the time in the early rounds then was literally just stood around waiting for the undead. At the time, nobody really thought much of this because it was the first zombies map that we'd ever jumped into. However, many years later, it stands out as incredibly slow. Thank goodness they changed this in later games because my god, it was a little bit painful. Remember the OG COD Zombies myth that the reason the Pack-a-Punch machine had a do not touch sticker was because if you managed to knife it while it was upgrading your gun, it would down you? As cool as this would have been as a wild little secret, of course, it was completely untrue, but at one point things like this had Zombies fans in a grip. Back in the day, this was one of tons of theories that would float around the community with many fans actually believing them. It was the era of crazy myths like how you could do insane strategies to guarantee that you would get the ray gun out of the mystery box. Of course, they could be easily disproven if you actually tested them yourself, but it didn't stop them doing the rounds through thousands of fans and in the very early days of the mode also being believed by a huge number of players. And this phenomenon didn't slow down with the release of future Treyarch games, as anyone who was around for the arrival of Black Ops 2 and Transit will know all about the most famous myth from that game's launch. One of the most memorable things from that experience is of course the bus that takes its standard path on Bus Route A. But of course, at the time, eagle-eyed players noticed that there was also a Bus Route B, with many fans immediately speculating that there had to be a way to access it and get the bus to go to a totally new area. It caused the creation of all sorts of theories, with Zombies players testing out various strategies to try and get Ted to take a different route. But as we now know, it was impossible, and sadly this second route didn't really exist. However, at the time, speculation gripped the Zombies community, and it was a pretty crazy hunt to try and uncover a secret that sadly wasn't even there in the first place. But even years later in Black Ops 3, there were genuine Easter egg steps that were so insane you would think they were complete nonsense like the old school Bus Route B theories. Still to this day, there has never been a main quest hunt as long as the one for Revelations. And it makes total sense when you remember some of the ludicrous steps, as there was one that had players stumped for a wild amount of time. Having to shoot various rocks around the map in order to reveal bones before sucking them up with the upgraded Apothicon Servant was unlike anything that we'd seen in a Zombies Easter egg before, and for good reason. OG players at the time accused the devs of adding steps like this to merely extend the quest hunt, as it made next to no sense. And still to this day, it's always remembered as one of the dumbest things fans have ever had to do in a main quest. Anyone who was playing in the BO3 days and was taking on one of the many main quests the game had to offer will remember one very important thing that they constantly needed to do in order to make sure they could keep a zombie alive at the end of the round to complete various Easter egg steps. As the one new perk that the game provided people was of course Widow's Wine, it was incredibly useful and one of the most OP the community had been given in a long time. But when trying to complete a main quest, it could actually be a bit of a hindrance, with the Widow's grenades going off constantly and wiping out the last zombie of a round. So smart players at the time would constantly throw away their Widow's Wine grenade so that this wouldn't happen. It just became something that clever BO3 players would always do in order to make their Easter egg runs as efficient as possible. It wasn't the only thing that Black Ops 3 Zombies was famous for at the time though, because it accidentally created one of the most hilarious memes the community had ever seen. The game was of course released on both PS3 and PS4, meaning that certain, shall we say, adjustments had to be made for older consoles. And this was never clearer than when people managed to complete the Shadows of Evil Easter egg and unlock its ending cutscene, which led fans to discover what would become known as Last Gen Richtofen. It went pretty viral at the time due to how ridiculous he looked and became so popular in the community that Treyarch even added this exact image as a jump scare Easter egg in Black Ops 4. And interestingly, Shadows of Evil was the last example of something that existed throughout the earlier Zombies games constantly, and that is co-op Easter eggs. Famously, the final part of the Shadows main quest required 4 people to complete, but it was actually the last time to this day that Treyarch devs would ever do this, and as older players remember, this was something that used to happen all the time. A number of different Easter eggs over the years had been totally designed around needing more than one player to finish them. It was pretty common in Black Ops 1. But fortunately, as the years went on and more games released, Treyarch gradually phased this out, and luckily some of the best Easter eggs of all time from Black Ops 3 were able to be finished on solo. And they even implemented big changes in Zombies Chronicles to make sure things like the Moon quest could even be done with just one player. But if we're talking about OG Easter eggs and their endings, we've got to take a look at a famous one that caused so much anger in the community at the time, it was insane. Looking back, the Origins ending cutscene made a lot of sense in the context of the Black Ops 3 story with Dr. Monty, the kids, the house, all of that crazy stuff. But at the time, the community went nuts over this, as they absolutely believed that in that moment they were being told that the zombies' journey they had been on up to that point was nothing more than a game played by kids using toys. Obviously that turned out not to be the case, but understandably people were hugely confused at the time. Imagine if it had actually been true. Oof. Something that did turn out to be true though was a rumour so unlikely that tons of Zombies fans just assumed it was a complete hoax. If you've played Zombies for a long time and were a big fan of Black Ops 3, all I'll need to say to you is DLC 5. This was a huge story at the time, as for every Black Ops game there had always been 4 DLC Zombies maps, and this rumour was kinda nuts. There was constant talk of a 5th DLC. It seemed so unlikely to massive numbers of people that even with tons of leaks and hinted information, the reveal blew people's minds as it was revealed as Zombies Chronicles.
You know, and it's, you know, it's so hard sometimes to really think about, you know, what kind of topics to talk about when you kind of go and visit someone. So what we've done is a loving fan service piece by making 8 of the original maps.
The pack of 8 remade maps quickly became one of the best-selling DLCs of all time, and even though certain members of the community consider the originals to be the better experiences, there's no doubt that the discussion of DLC 5 as it was known before it was revealed brings back a ton of nostalgia for OG players. Speaking of Zombies Chronicles, anyone who jumped into the Origins remake when the DLC first dropped might well remember something that no longer exists. Fans actually thought that Treyarch was somehow switching things up with the wonder weapons because the Staff of Ice had now become the Staff of Water. What did it all mean? Was it a new timeline? Were they giving us fresh secrets? No, it was just a mistake actually, and it was changed back to the Staff of Ice pretty quickly. I mean, it was only a name anyway, let's not act like it changed the weapon in any way whatsoever. Around the same kind of time, tons of players were also absolutely obsessed with something else known as the Impossible Easter egg. And as soon as I said that, if you were a BO3 fan, you'll probably know exactly what I'm talking about. Jason Blundell once teased the fact that he put an Easter egg in the game that was so hidden it would take fans literal years to uncover. The community became totally consumed by trying to discover exactly what this was, with people even searching the game files to try and solve it, but with no luck, as supposedly it's not something that can be data mined in the usual way. Various pieces of information have come out over the years, making people believe they're getting closer and closer to the answer as time goes on. And even to this day, the hunt is still ongoing. Who knows if it'll ever be solved? But if you were big into Zombies at the time, there is no way you won't have heard about this. But going back way further than Black Ops 3, there was a mystery given to fans that went unsolved for years. If you were a true OG player and were around for the release of Black Ops 1's Ascension, then you may remember being pretty confused by the map's poster. There was a random bald guy holding the thunder gun that players had never seen before. People had all kinds of theories at the time as to who this was, with many suggesting that it was just an artist's interpretation of Richtofen. But it took around 6 years to get the actual answer that was revealed in Zombies Chronicles, with Dr. Monty dishing out important information to players.
You remember Gush? Old guy, fought alongside you for a while. I think Richtofen was off somewhere at the time.
So supposedly all along it was Dr. Gersh, but even to this day you can find fans who think this was just made up later by Jason Blundell. When you think of Black Ops 3, there is one consumable that comes to mind immediately, and that is Gobblegums. And anyone who still plays this amazing game today will know that the first Gobblegum you get in every round costs you absolutely nothing, and it's been this way for a very long time. But as the OGs will be able to tell you, this was not always the case. When the game originally landed, even the first Gobblegum you obtained would require you to sacrifice some points, costing you 500. This didn't last long though, with the devs making some pretty quick changes to make it totally free, and it's been that way ever since. It wasn't the only thing that was different about these consumables when BO3 first launched, because even tons of OGs totally forget about the fact that originally the Gobblegum machine acted exactly like the mystery box. After a small number of uses, this thing would just move to somewhere else on the map, meaning you'd have to hunt it down again in order to use your consumables, and it would only be at one location. And honestly, it really wasn't that easy to find it, as it didn't have a beam of light shining into the sky like the mystery box. Damn, it was annoying. But if we're talking about Gobblegums in BO3, we've got one final thing to touch on, which is hugely nostalgic, and we have to mention it. And this is the fact that if you were smart, you would never even have to give up all of your OP consumables. Because you could use as many as you wanted in a game, as long as you didn't end up with a game over, and then to keep hold of them, all you had to do was exit out to the dashboard, and they'd still be there when you logged back in. Zombies players were huge fans of this, and they still even use the strat to this day. One though that is definitely not ongoing is the hunt for a true super Easter egg in Black Ops 3. Okay, hear me out for a second. So obviously a super Easter egg reward did exist in the game, with the main rewards being getting to start a game with the RK5 in your hand and the ability to get all the weapons in the Revelations mystery box pack-a-punched. But when I speak of the true super Easter egg, that's not what I'm talking about. As back when fans had wrapped up the Revelations Easter egg and seen its ending where the premise character's cycle essentially continues, they were 100% convinced that this was not it. So many people in the community absolutely believed that there was going to be an alternate ending where you were able to break the cycle, and spent weeks hunting for it. It was a huge thing in the community at the time, and anyone who was big into zombies no doubt remembers the hunt for what we all called the true ending. One of the most famous things in zombies though is the community's love for getting to high rounds. I mean, it's kind of the point of the entire mode, right? Well, if you'd been around since the start, you'll probably know then that high rounds had never been higher than in World at War. Records stretched into the thousands in that game, which is something that could never be achieved in the modern day, and this was largely all due to one reason. The max number of zombies that could be on the map at any one time was 24, making things way more manageable. Imagine hitting round 11,000 nowadays. It would pretty much blow people's minds. But something much more baffling could be found in Deriz, and as all the older Zombies players will tell you, it's been a serious problem for them ever since the map dropped in 2009. For some weird reason, if you use the Wunderwaffe and accidentally electrocute yourself, you'll basically lose your Juggernog. I mean, it doesn't technically disappear, but this stupid bug totally messes with your health regen, leaving you open to easily getting down by the zombies. It's kind of nuts that this many years later it hasn't been fixed. Something that did get fixed though is how insanely overpowered the Sliquifier was when it first landed in Die Rise. Don't get me wrong, even in the modern day it's still a very impressive wonder weapon and great for getting to high rounds, but when it originally dropped it was insane and totally broken. It could wipe out full hordes of zombies with one shot because of the chain effect. So of course it ended up getting a huge nerf from the devs, because why should players be having any fun in a PvE game, right? Another thing that existed in Black Ops 2 but was never seen again after was perma-perks. There were of course a few different ones in the Victus maps that OG players made the effort to grab hold of, but the funniest and perhaps honestly the most pointless was being able to gain the ability to throw metal barriers over windows. In order to get it you had to rebuild at least 74 barriers after round 10. I mean, it looks pretty cool I guess, but totally worthless, as I'm sure any old school players will be able to tell you. But one Treyarch title earlier, old school fans created one of the most famous theories that the zombies community would ever end up seeing. The tinfoil hats came out in huge waves with Black Ops 1 when players theorised that Shangri-La was in fact on Mars. This idea all came about for a number of different reasons, including the fact that during the map's Easter egg people were sure they were able to see Mars's two different moons in the altered skybox. This, combined with a few other details, caused the conspiracy theory to run riot, with people making all kinds of YouTube videos on the subject. It was such a big thing that many years later, when the Ether story wrapped up in Tag der Toten, the devs dropped an incredible reference with players being able to swim through a very long underwater tunnel and come out in an area with the planet Mars right in front of them, and there was also some very interesting music playing. It was the well-known music from this Shangri-La loading screen, so I guess the tinfoil hat crew were right all along, and the devs confirmed the old-school Black Ops 1 theory. That theory might be pretty iconic, but is it as famous as everyone's favourite bus driver? Although Transit might hold a special place in some people's hearts nowadays, when it released, not so much. But even back then when it was massively hated, everyone still fell in love with Ted the bus driver. He was one of the only things that was actually good about the map, and there was a reason that he was brought back to make an awesome cameo in Alpha Omega. When Black Ops 2 released, fans loved to terrorise this poor guy by driving him mad. And it would often lead to this robotic legend giving us so many classic quotes that really give you huge nostalgia when you hear them again.
Fuck you! Get your ass off my bus! This bus is out of order. A replacement driver has been notified and will be here in approximately 123 years. We're all Hey, asshole! I'm telling you to stop or I'm driving you off a cliff!
Something from Black Ops 1 that older fans would rather forget though is the death machine drop. This was of course the first time the power-up had existed in zombies, as it never made an appearance in World at War, which is why thinking back it was really annoyingly designed. Picking it up could be pretty useful for taking down zombies, but when you were done, getting rid of it, not so much. As you can't even drop it, you're literally stuck with this thing until the timer runs out, even if you finished using it. Thank God the devs changed this in future games, because man, it was so annoying in the Black Ops 1 days, and still is unfortunately. But let's be honest, there is nothing that personifies OG COD zombies more than getting the ray gun on the first ever map, Nakdur Toten. It may not mean that much to you if you weren't around at the time, but getting the first ever wonder weapon from the mystery box was a core memory that tons of zombies fans will never forget. There is a reason that still to this day fans remember the "revive me, I have the ray gun" memes. It's because they were actually true. It was a simpler time with smaller maps and basic wonder weapons, but let's be real, OG Zombies gave fans some of the best memories of all time.
stone. reaching the 12-hour mark. So I'm gonna end stream here. We got some progress done. Tomorrow I'm going to transfer over all the Easter egg stuff to over here from the task map to the main map. But that's it for today. We'll wait 2 more minutes. We'll wait 2 more minutes to hit the 11-hour mark. Let's see, what can I do in that little time frame? I might come back on stream too right after this. I'm just gonna end stream, build the map, because I need to build it to check out how it looks right now. And I have to end stream anyways, so that'll be perfect. I might come back on stream afterwards, like after it builds. I don't know how long it's gonna take though. So we shall see very soon. If not, I will be on tonight. Most definitely. And we will be doing the Easter egg steps while transferring over what I have of the Easter egg into the main map. So yeah. This was good stream. We got some stuff done. Got a lot more to go. If you tuned in, shouts out to you. I will be back very soon. Yes. Send off with this visual right here. Look at that. It's beautiful. Alright. New stream coming soon. In 3, a 2, a 1. Goodbye.